is it? We have, oh, there we are. We do have the first item, which is basically just to propose that we're going to hear the submitters. I'll move that. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hulse seconds that. All those in favour? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you, councillors. And our first speaker today, I have on the list here now. We have the wonderful idea of all of this up and behind us as well, or in front of us, which actually tells us when the submitters are coming in. There is a process here as the submitters come in. They will be registered at the far end there, then they'll come and sit down. And so the order that we may receive may not be exactly as out on this bit of paper. However, the ability is that more to be there. Elected members, we have 12 volumes of submissions, with some late submissions coming through on Friday. On top of that, we have, I know you've all had an opportunity to read through all of those submissions, make notes. To our members of the public, the whole purpose of these submissions here are for you to, when you read your submission, it's not necessary to read your submission again, because we've already read it, but to highlight anything new that you may want to highlight or that you have missed off. The point is, we need to make sure that your submission is quite clear and able to be understood. You have 5 minutes within that time period to do that. Please allow some time for the elected members to ask clarifying questions, just in case there's something in particular that you've said and they'd like to know a bit more about, or that has been included within your submission. We have several submitters today, and they are all will be going through to at least about 4 to maybe even 5 o'clock to listen to all the submitters that have asked to be heard. And our first submitter today, according to my list, yes, is David Cooley. His submission is on volume 12, page 6. David, would you like to come up to the front, that area there? And we always encourage everyone to use the microphones. There is a button to the right. If you press that, then the microphone will come on, so you can make your submission. If you're going to stand, thank you. Otherwise, the microphone will not pick you up. Just be well aware, councillors and elected members, this is being live streamed, so people can actually watch online. So again, I do encourage, as the questions coming, as the submitters making the statements, please be well aware for the 5 minutes, and then allow time for the elected members. David, go for it.
Good morning, councillors. I understand the purpose of me being here is that if I mount a compelling argument, you'll make changes. In 2024, the ratepayers were advised by the council that we were going to have a rates increase of 17.2% this year, which is outrageous in itself. According to the council website, my rates are going up, my land rate has gone up by 44%. With the reduction in the annual charge, the effect is 26% increase this year. So someone's telling porkies here, because the decision's already been made, how much you're going to levy me in rates. So no matter what people say here today, this is not going to change. You've already decided, it's on your website. So, some people might say there's an agenda here at play. There's a subterfuge going on. And some people might say that's being led by the CEO, ably assisted by the Mayor. That you're taking your orders from Wellington and Geneva. Perhaps most of you don't know about that. You should do. So anyway, you've plainly misled us about the rates increases. You haven't been honest. Where's integrity and honesty? Where have your values gone? When did they desert you? Because they plainly have. I don't think I've got anything more to say here today. You need to take a good hard look at yourselves.
Okay. Thank you, David. Appreciate your submission.
Questions?
Any questions for David? David, within your submission, you said about your rates increases were 44%. Was that overall, and that including the regional council's rates as well, or just the district council's?
The land rate has gone up by 44%. The overall, it's gone up 26%.
Which is what your submission actually says, but I was just more curious about whether your 44 included the regional council, but thank you very much for covering that. Any other questions for David? No other questions for David. Thank you very much for your time, David. Appreciate you coming in and presenting to us. Thank you. Our next submitter is Ellen Agnu. Oh, sorry. No, I got Ellen Agnu on my list here. Yes, Ellen, come on up. Ellen's submission is on volume 9, page 5.
I need a proper chair to sit on. I need a proper chair to sit on because those are useless.
Councillor Cooper. Yeah, no, the staff are there to do that for him. Thank you.
You'll notice I got 2 walking sticks.
I do, Ellen.
And the thing is, have you ever seen walking sticks walk? And I got to follow them.
Ellen, you're well aware of the procedures here. Take your time. We have read your submission, okay?
Oh, I forgot to give this to the ladies to hand around to every
Danielle will be there to help you out. There we go.
Every councillor. And I've got several topics to talk about.
Yes.
And one's the Cowrie Star Yards. And the other one's about the rates and stuff, water and that. And another one is, trying to think what they are. My mind's gone blank for this part. Oh, my glasses. Yeah, one's about the airport, and you'll see that when you bought that land, you never, ever talked to the locals at a proper meeting. If councillors came out to the hall, but they didn't, they just talked to old people and that sort of stuff, and they didn't have a proper meeting as far as I was concerned. And I've been in the area all my life, and as far as I'm concerned, nobody has come to my place except I invited Councillor Benny, and he came and had a look, yeah. and that sort of stuff, yeah. And to me, that was a waste of ratepayers' money. And why can't we be proud of the smallest airport in New Zealand? Somebody's got to be small. I'm small. So what? Shouldn't I be in this area? In your opinions? Is that, to me, that is sort of nasty talk, in my opinion. Yeah. And yeah, and talking about the rates, my rates have doubled since 2013. What are they going to be like in another so many years? And the thing is, what do we get out of your rates? What do we get out, farmers, what do we get out of your rates? All you do is supply the city, and I go to Carmo, and the bumps, how much do those bumps cost? To me, that's a waste of money. 3 on the main street. And then somebody said they cost so many thousands. Well, if you're wasting, to me, that shows me how you're wasting money. And talking about the airport land, you're telling me that it's making money. Well, it bloody well should. Because why would I be a farmer if I wasn't making money? This is crazy talk. And why should the council be into farming? And because there's rumours going around the district that the council is doing this and this and this, and on the airport area and the hours of cows and all that sort of stuff. You know, to me, you know, you're wasting council. You're wasting our money. You know, we got to pay the rates, and you just because my land is close to town, the value is high, and all you got to do is and because I keep my farm tidy with weeds and all that, and let the weeds grow along the roads and all that sort of stuff, and because I keep a clean farm, my value is go up, and the fellow next door probably has all weeds and rubbish and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, so why should my values go up? So, because there was 26 dairy herds between our place and Carmo, and now there's only 1 dairy herd, and that's what the council owns. Yeah. And another subject is the 3 Mile Bush Road. And why did they ruin our archway? As I wrote a letter, you probably got it in the front here. And why did they do that? Because that is how our road got named. It could have been Bush Road, but it was 3 miles to the archway. And that was a fantastic thing. And in the 60s or 70s, the county council in those days, before we came, and the whole area as council, they damaged it because one person had an accident, and the locals stirred up about that, so they replanted the trees. And now you've come along and damaged it, and the telephone cable is on the bank, and somebody could come along and cut that telephone cable, and I don't have a cell phone, and it could endanger my life, because if my house caught on fire, how could I ring the fire brigade? If somebody on that particular hour or time decided to cut the cable where it's visible. And when you drive through the archway, and that cable always catches your eye. What's that? You know? And instead of keeping an eye straight on the road, and I've suggested that you put a stone wall up on that side of the road where the cable is, and fill in behind it with dirt, and replant the trees. And let it get back to what it was originally, because it used to be taken, people used to take photos of it and all that sort of stuff, yeah. And as far as I'm concerned, and the road itself, you've made it more dangerous. Yeah, the corner before the archway, is slightly sloped out, and you're going to see cars going into the stone wall and that sort of stuff.
Alan, you've done your 5 minutes. The bell has run up here.
Well, I haven't done almost.
I know, and I'm well aware of that. The time has run, though, for 5 minutes.
Because I asked for more time, because I want to talk to you about the carry sale yards.
Yeah, unfortunately, Alan, we only have 5 minutes per person because of the amount of submitters today.
Well, what's the point of...
We have read your submission, and it does cover the sale yards very clearly within your submission. Very clearly within your submission.
Yeah.
Is there any questions for Alan? Sorry, Alan, there's no questions for you, but thank you very much for taking the time, because your submission was very clear. The bit you didn't include was about the archway, which was great to hear about that as well. So thank you very much for telling us about that.
And some people called it the love tunnel, the love arch.
I've noted that, Alan. Thank you very much for that.
And my sister was photographed on a horse in the middle of it in 1960-something.
Our next submitter is Robin Leithring. Danielle, can you please assist? And Alan, just thank you again for providing us this, this printout of the paper as well. Okay. Robin's submission is on volume 1, page 38. Look after yourself, Ellen.
Thank you.
Robin, you know the usual scenario here. You've been here before. You know this side of the fence and that side of the fence. So we're looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all councillors. John Bon Jovi said success is falling down 9 times and getting up 10. I think I'm around number 8 on my subjects of pensioner housing, so I will be back. The housing strategy was developed in 2021 and it is a good piece of work. In 2021 there were 40 on the waiting list for pensioner housing, and now there are undoubtedly a lot more. I don't know. In the LTP 21, following strong advocacy from within the community, the urgency for this housing was recognised, and in the current budget we have as follows: 23-24, 850,000, 24-25, 2,573,000, 25-26, 2,629,000. And it goes on, and I'm very pleased to see it does. Quotes from the strategy. Collaborate with housing responders. Partnerships and shared equity models are the preferred options. Look at case studies of other councils. Flaxmere, with a population of 13,000, just outside Hastings, has 39 new affordable 1 and 2 bed senior housing under construction right now on council land. funded through the contestable Affordable Housing Fund with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. By the way, we need pensioner housing not to be confused with social housing. Pensioner housing controlled by the pensioner policy. Why, after 4 years, do we hear of nothing happening here? Are you bogged down in following those strategic guidelines of partnerships instead of prioritising the department looking after council land to find land and get on with it? Building costs for new builds now vary between 3,000 and 4,000 a square metre. With units suitable for pensioners being not stand-alone, then these would cost nearer the lower end. A one-bed unit of 42 square metres at 3,000 square metres comes in at 126,000. Multiplied by 20 units, 2.5 million. That is last year's budget with a top-up from the 25-26 budget for land. If you want to see 80-year-olds joining the homeless on the streets, then that is around the corner. Where is the drive from this chamber? 20 units within budgets. I hope the coming elections will bring some seriously needed fresh changes in here with the enthusiasm and the energy to direct things from this cabinet in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Appreciate your submission. Any questions for Robin? No questions, Robin. Councillor Cooper has a question. Councillor Cooper, remember to move the microphone close.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Excuse me, Robin, are you representing yourself or are you representing a group here today?
I'm representing myself today.
Thank you very much.
Robin, no other questions, but thank you very much for your submission. It was a good submission, and also thank you for highlighting the costs. We are always looking at the costs side of things, especially for pensioner housing.
Spending, I want you to look at. Spending.
Spend. Understand totally.
Okay, thank you very much.
Point has been made. Our next submitter is David Jones. David Jones's submission is on volume 5, page 42. Sorry, Dean Jones, so my apologies.
That's pretty good.
I should fix my eyes here somehow.
That's all right. Greetings, I'm Dean Jones, a resident and ratepayer in Tutakaka. The current methods under proposal for determining rates are all very reflective of rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. Real change is needed. So buckle your seatbelts. This is about management of financial assets. Rate increases should be approved by public vote because we operate under a democratic system. Council should put on a ballot at the next election a new law mandating a cap of 4% per year on residential rates to be approved by public vote, meaning council could not raise rates on existing homeowners more than 4% for all future years. Well, you say we can't do this, we can't afford that, it's crazy. Well, you can, and it's been done in other places, and I've seen it. Here are some proposed guidelines. This 4% cap is only for homeowners who remain in their home long term. Let's say a couple bought a home today for $500,000. They intend to live in it for the next 20 years. This proposal means that their rates are capped to 4% a year by law for all future years. If they decide to sell in 10 years for $1 million, then the new buyer's rates would increase to the current market value of $1 million for their newly purchased property. New homeowners carry the new rate increase, and not the old-timers who are struggling to afford to stay in their home. Rates could still increase dramatically based on current market value, but only for those so-called house flippers or any type of short-term investor who only holds the property for months or a few short years. This 4% cap also does not and would not apply to second homes, rental property, or commercial or corporate properties. It protects long-term resident, who is the key asset to our community. Additionally, to protect older homeowners who are on a pension, 55 years and older who wanted to sell their home to downsize to a smaller home in the future, they would be able to carry with them their original established rates from their old property and onto a new home purchase if they purchase and they buy in the Whangarei District. This protects older homeowners' ability to move to a smaller, but by then still more expensive house by keeping the rates lower. It protects homeowners who are likely to be living on a fixed income or pension. It also frees up 4 or 5 bedroom homes to a younger family who need more space. So where does the money come from, you ask? Well, it forces council to operate like businesses do. You have a budget and you stick to it. So when you decide to spend unbudgeted funds and need to raise the rates above the basic 4% increase for something like this very fine building that we're currently sitting in, or possibly a new Hunterwasser building, you put that proposition on the ballot for approval by public vote. Say we want $100 million for a new conference center out on Riverside Drive. Put it on the ballot for public vote because it is the public who are paying for it through their rates. Remove yourselves from forcing the ratepayers to pay for things that they don't want and they don't actually need. Let the ratepayers decide. A developer in a town want more housing or another new large project? Current ratepayers should not have to pay for the necessary infrastructure for that project. Say you build housing for 300 people. The cost of the new roads, water, sewage, roundabouts, school buildings, medical buildings should not be burdened by the existing long-term ratepayers. The developer should put those costs into their overall budget as the cost of doing business, not put those costs of doing business onto the ratepayers. Those infrastructure costs of development should be passed on to new home buyers or new tenants the same way any business passes on their costs to the consumers. If any portion of a project needs additional public funding, the public should vote on it, unless by chance the council already has it funded without exceeding the 4% rule. Again, new home sales, new property sales would be updated to reflect current value and increased rates. Maintain what we have with the funds available. So any new project that increases the budget beyond the yearly 4%, you just put it on the ballot. Let the public approve it. Stop spending money you don't have, because the ratepayers cannot afford double-digit increases every year. It can be done, and I've seen it done in other places. It can work. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dean. Appreciate the submission. We've actually got some questions coming from the elected members here. Councillor Peters, you've got a question?
Oh, yes, please. Thank you for that. You've put forward some interesting ideas, but complex ones. Just focusing on the 4% for people on difficult times or aged. Are you aware of our rebate system, which is simpler to administer than what you're proposing?
And I am not actually familiar with it, no.
So currently...
So, Councillor, it's a question to them.
It is a question. I'm going to ask him if that would meet his needs, Your Worship.
Yep.
So currently, those who are cash poor, especially pensioners and people on a really low fixed income, can come into the council and request a rebate. Just hearing from the rates people, this is simpler than what you're proposing. Do you think that might meet a tiny bit of what you were
No,
proposing?
because it's not equal, and it's about it's a democratic society, and things should be basically equal. And I think that it's a way of what is it, tough love. It's like managing it's managing a bit. This is a business, managing a business. That's really what it is. And it's something that has, it has worked in other places. You have to, basically it just puts it all out in the open. You need to spend more money, you have to have the public vote and say that they like it. That's basically it. That's kind of...
Thank you for the answers there, Dean. Councillor Cooper's got a question.
Thank you, Dean. Very quickly, 2 questions. The first one is, you've seen this happen somewhere else, and I'm interested. The pensioners and fixed income people, absolutely, we have to try and find ways to work with them. But what about the effect on first home buyers as they bump up the thing? How did that affect first home buyers where you've seen it working?
Where previously I've seen it working?
Yeah.
Or about, well, it's, I hate to use a dirty word, but it's been in effect for just under 50 years in California, and it was called originally Proposition 13. It was passed by a guy named Howard Jarvis, and it basically locked all of current property rates at 3.5%. And the methods of achieving additional funding for needed projects were basically done how I explained, is basically put out another proposition requesting for more funding, and it's worked for almost 50 years.
Okay, thank you. The second thing is that you go out to mandates, and we're currently getting about 40% return. Where it's working, where this system is in place, is there a higher engagement with the population? Are we still only getting less than 50% of the people responding to these surveys and other,
I'm not sure, I'm not clear what you're saying.
I think what Councillor Cooper, let me try and explain what you're saying there. Councillor Cooper's asking, when we go out for referendums and asking our community, what is the current feedback amount, or the percentage of feedback amount from California when these things are asked?
I'm still not sure what you're saying.
Okay, I'm going to go back to you, Councillor Cooper, try it again.
Back to me, eh? We put referendums out, or voting even, we get less than 50% of the people engage with us.
Sure.
In California, where this system is working, is there a higher engagement from the population?
You mean voter engagement?
Yeah, they've got to respond to the referendum.
No, it's probably 50%, yeah.
Probably, you're not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Dean. Any other questions for Dean? No? Dean, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate your submission. It was actually good. Thank you very much for that.
All right, thank you all.
Our next submitter is Wayne Valentine. Now, Wayne, you may not have heard when I first started out explaining, you've got 5 minutes for your submission. Allow a little bit of time for the elected members to ask questions if there's any questions. Your submission's on, just to be well aware, we have read your submission's there, so this is more about you explaining anything on top of what you've written. Now, for elected members, the submission's on volume 11, page 38.
Morning all. I'm nowhere near as well prepared as the rest of the people, but I felt quite strongly about when I saw some of these things come into play. And a couple of things. Couple of things, like I'd like to know why the rural community is not at the same level as in town. I mean, per square metre, my land is worth so much less than land in town, and yet we're getting pinged more. We're getting charged for stormwater, which I don't understand why, when I've got to sort out all my own sewage, I've got to sort out my own water, and I've got to sort out my own stormwater. I don't understand why, as a rural community, we don't get charged as a level, like Dean said, everything equal, level playing field. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, fit for purpose as well, in town you need different services than we need out in the sticks, but yeah, fit for purpose and an even keel, I believe. I come into town and I see things that nobody uses that you guys have put into place. How you funded it, I don't know, because there's not a lot of information out there. It's not made really public. There's social media out there and you don't see it until somebody blows it up on local pages and that. There needs to be more explanation as to how you guys go around spending your money, our money. And that's about it.
Okay, appreciate that, Dean. Wayne. Wayne, just a question. Have you approached our rates team and talked to our rates team at all?
No, this happened real quick, so no, I have not.
I'm sure one of the rates team are listening, so they will possibly be in touch with you to explain some more things.
That'd be great.
Any other questions for Wayne? Wayne, thank you for taking time and coming in. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Matias from the Whangarei Football Club. His submission is on volume 9, page 29. He has been sitting at the back. He's coming in for the sympathy vote with the crutch.
The committee said if I'm unsuccessful, the other knee goes. So.
Thanks, Matt. Look, you've heard the situation. You've got 5 minutes.
No worries. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Matias, and I'm the current president of the Whangarei Football Club. I would like to start by thanking the Whangarei District Council for the recent funding towards the upgrade of our number 1 field. It is by no means a finished product and work remains ongoing. However, to have a sand-based field fully irrigated with floodlights will be an asset to our football club for years to come. As background to our club, Whangarei is one of Whangarei's largest football clubs. Registration numbers from 2024 shows Whangarei had 360 registered football players. This makes us the second biggest club in Whangarei, based purely on registration numbers. Players range between the ages of 4 and 63 across a wide diversity of ethnicities, with most recently there being a surge in female players. In front of everyone is a document which provides some comparative data between clubs. The first table shows registration numbers between different Whangarei football clubs. The second shows how many teams at each club require a full-size football field in 2025 and how many are available to each club. Essentially, youth and senior sides require a full-size playing field for their games. As you can note on that second table, Whangarei currently has 8 senior and youth sides, and we currently have access to 2 full-size fields. The contents of the second table are the primary focus for why I'm speaking today. The relocation of the Northern Emergency Services Trust to the airport means that this year, 2025, will most likely be the last year we are able to retain a full-size playing field at this site. Future development at this location will encroach onto the football playing surface we currently use. We assume future development is imminent. If this is the case, we will lose 50% of our playing fields and be down to 1. Whilst our number 1 field has been redeveloped and significantly improved, it will simply not cope with 8 teams wishing to train and play on it. We are already space poor and the loss of a second field is significant. We therefore request the Council works with our football club and other stakeholders to identify a suitable replacement. We believe a feasible opportunity exists by altering our current boundary where our club rooms and main field is currently located. On page 2 of the document in front of everyone is a draft plan which we believe is not only achievable, however should be investigated further by the Council. If our current boundary fence line, shown by the black line on the picture in front of you, was moved approximately 25 metres towards the airport, a second full-size field could be formed in the space outlined by the orange box on that picture. The Whangarei Football Club welcomes further discussions to be held between all relevant parties on this idea, which I believe has started. If a second full-size field is not available to our club in 2026 and in years to come, it is likely we would need to limit our playing numbers in the youth and senior space. We would not want this to occur. Focusing on Whangarei youth teams, these are made up primarily of players not only from Whangarei, however also Pāroa Bay, Manaia and Whangarei Heads. If we are unable to accommodate these youth players due to a lack of space, the nearest club they could play at would either be Tikipanga or Central Brown being located in Otaika. Given the distance from some of those areas mentioned, it may mean youth players stop playing due to the travel requirements. I'm sure no one in this room wants there to be a limitation on people being able to play. We continue to have other ongoing issues which we also feel needs to be addressed, which are detailed in our annual submission. This primarily relates to ongoing drainage problems. However, of greatest importance in the short term is obtaining space for a second full-size field for our club to use if we lose our second current full-size playing field at the fire station. In summary, Whangarei Football Club plays a vital role in supporting sport, health and community connection in Whangarei and the wider Whangarei area. We appreciate the Council's continued investment in community sport and urge consideration be made to the requests made by our football club in the 25-26 annual plan and in future programs. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions anyone may have.
Thank you, Matt, appreciate that. Danielle, do you have this handout? Because we don't actually have this handout.
Oh,
Okay. Just being handed out now. There we go. So unfortunately we didn't have your handout in front of us that you were referring to.
I'll start again.
That's what I'm looking for.
But the team are handing that out right now, so we can go through that. Thank you very much, Matt. Question from Councillor Peters.
My first question was about
Okay.
the information, but my second question, and I haven't read this yet, is have you included how much this might cost?
No, we haven't as yet, no.
Thank you.
Councillor Connop.
Thank you. Just a quick one on the expansion. Have you had any?
Microphone.
Sorry, I'm trying, but apparently they're not working very well.
You're turning your head.
Have you had any direct engagement with staff regarding the expansion as this point in time?
We have had correspondence from staff at the council who understand have been in discussions with the airport around civil aviation requirements, and we believe that it is feasible based on what we're proposing.
Thank you. Councillor Hulse.
Hi, Matt. Yeah, my question is very much the same as Councillor Connop. It's about, have you engaged with staff about the features?
Yes, we have the Parks and Recreation team, so they're aware of it and have been in discussions with the airport at a very early stage.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Very quickly, Matt, good to see you. Do you have support from the wider football community in Whangarei, the regional body?
Yes, we have from NRF, and I don't want to speak on behalf of any other clubs specifically. However, I'm sure they would like to see us continue to have 2 full-size fields to be able to play our games.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Jovic.
Yes, we would. Yes, we would. Though I understand your club played on a quality field in Karma on the weekends. So, in terms of the going on from the following the previous questions, the previous upgrade, was that at that stage, was it discussed about the boundary adjustment and the movement of the field back then?
No, it wasn't.
No, it wasn't. So we've done a lot of drainage and everything. It's going to be quite expensive to actually to now do another field when that could have actually been incorporated even back then.
Yeah, I think at the time when it was, I wasn't president at the time. At that time when the number 1 was done, there wasn't an understanding that Nest was moving. So I think that there's a timing issue. But in terms of the new field, the actual cost of the new field, the bigger issue is actually just obtaining space. So I don't think the actual cost will be too high.
Yeah, it does bring about just, I mean, why we're here in terms of the annual plan and trying to save money and actually doing it right from the beginning.
Councillor Jovic, I need to remind you just to keep to the questions.
That's all right. Would the drainage, by actually doing the drainage, would that prevent the war injury that you has incurred?
The injury is purely down to old age, and I should be retired.
Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Peters.
This is a question of you, Your Worship. Could we ask staff for a plan that actually shows where the encroachment is, please?
This plan was provided by the submitter, so our team will come back with a allowance to show where things are situated. Yes. Matt, I think you've exhausted the questions at the present moment. Thank you very much for taking your time. Thank you for taking it out. Hopefully you'll be fine getting up and getting out of here, no problems.
Yeah, no worries. And just our players did enjoy playing at Carmo, but they would prefer to play at Whangarei.
Point been made. Thank you very much. Our next submitter is Neil. Oh, no. Okay, elected members, we can have a break of 5 minutes. They're just waiting for the next submitter to come in. Please find your seats, and our next speaker is Mel Atkins. Mel, as you sit down, you've got your 5 minutes. We have read your submission. Very clearly, we have read your submission here. You've got 5 minutes to go. Suggest that one there because the microphone's already on. We're encouraging everyone to use the microphones to make it very clear and so they can hear people. As I said at the end, if there is any clarifying questions from the elected members, they will have the ability to ask that. So your time is yours.
Thank you. Kia ora koutou katoa. I'm a policy analyst by trade and by training. After managing too many annual plans, I went farming a few years ago. I live on a small family farm on the outskirts of Whangarei, and there are many, many other families like us who would be considered low income, low capital value, but high land value. To give you an example, there's 180 kids in our homeschool group, and there's 5 other groups that I know of. Almost all of those families are single income families, almost all of them are rural. You appear to have based the proposed changes to the annual plan on an assumption that those with higher value land are able to pay a greater portion of the rates bill, or that they have higher income because they have high land values. Now, one of the great flaws of the New Zealand rating system and the Local Government Rating Act is that land value does not equate to income. Rates relate to property rather than the circumstances of the owner or the occupier, while central government collects taxes based on incomes, which is a more equitable way of distributing payment for collective goods and services. So your proposals unfortunately exacerbate this legislative flaw. So I spent 8 years working at Tauranga City Council, including managing the long-term and annual plans. And we had some wonderful councillors, probably much like yourselves, who were very worried about the impact of rates rises on low-income households. We looked at various ways, such as those you've put forward in terms of redistributing the rates burden. What we found was that landlords actually owned the vast majority of lower value properties, not low-income families. And so I really hope that someone in this council has done that analysis and looked at those lower value properties, because the scenario is very, very likely to be the same. Property is one of the main investment streams in New Zealand, and many landlords own multiple low value properties. Others are your mum and dad investors who have been advised for many years that a good strategy was to buy one or more low value, reliable income properties for passive retirement income. It's a business asset with financial and tax benefits, and there's lots of them. And I think if you've had a look, and if you haven't, please do, because I think you'll find that those households you're trying to help don't actually own those properties. They're not paying those rates. Secondly, Council's own analysis shows that the fastest growing group in Whangarei is a 65 years and older age group. It's been Whangarei's fastest growing group for the past 2 decades and will continue to be so. Now, most persons 65 plus, unless they own rental property, are on the pension. They've got a fixed low income and any savings, obviously. Now, many of those people bought houses here decades ago, and their property values, their land value, has increased enormously. While their incomes are fixed, they don't get any greater income to pay increased rates because their land values are going up. Obviously, Salvation Army, Aged Concern, Ministry of Social Development every year comments how these people are having to turn their heaters off, buy less food because their costs are going up. So if their land values have gone up, it's not a measure of their ability to pay. And thirdly, for those of us who are rural, your proposed changes to the rating system are inequitable. Like many others, I live in an old farmhouse that wouldn't meet rental standards. We live down a gravel road, there's no asphalt, no footpaths, no streetlights, no stormwater control. We supply our own water, treat our own sewage, there's no rubbish or recycling collection, dog control is 45 minutes away. And we're a long way from a park, library, sports fields or public toilets. Yet under your proposed changes, our rates would jump to become a very significant portion of our income. But for what benefit? I've worked in local government budget setting for a number of years. I know where the money goes, and very little of it benefits rural landowners. Yet under your proposed changes, rural rates will exponentially increase. There's been another drought this year. Our incomes will be lower than ever. So there's lots of rural families living off the land with high land values but low incomes, who receive few council services. So yes, we all need to contribute, absolutely. I'm not asking council to supply all the things that I don't get. I love my lifestyle. But basing rates further on land values skews the cost to those who derive little benefit from what the rates pay for. So in terms of the 3 specific questions from the annual plan consultation, the targeted stormwater rate absolutely should be option 2 with a district-wide universal rate rather than based on land values. Those with land don't derive any greater benefit from the stormwater works proposed. Number two, the uniform annual general charge should be left at $909 for all the reasons I've spent the last 4 minutes talking about. Land value does not equate to ability to contribute or to benefit derived from the rates bill. Number three, relief for farm business-owned land. Now, I'm a farmer. I know this situation hurts. My grandfather was an orchardist in Auckland who got pushed out because his land was rezoned residential. I know how it works. But Council has a specific rates remission policy for this situation, postponement and remission of rates on specific farmland properties. For the sake of time, I won't read it out, but it directly applies here. It doesn't need to come out of the specified ratepayers' pockets. It can be put down as a rates remission expense, like all the others, and distributed equally among ratepayers. So in closing, I want to reiterate that land value does not equate to income, whatever central government may have in its legislation, or their ability to contribute. So please don't exacerbate central government legislative flaws by further basing rates on land values. Most low-income properties are owned by landlords. The large 65-plus demographic has fixed incomes and often high land values with no ability to increase incomes to pay. And the increase in rates on rural land under the proposals exponentially increases the rates burden on those who derive the least benefit from what the rates pay for, and are indeed many low-income households. So thank you for your time and all the work that you put into this process.
Thank you, Mel. Appreciate that. Mel, just to check here, within your submission and with what you just said now, you're saying that land value is not appropriate. Councils generally have two options, land value and capital value. Do you have a preference over which one?
I would suggest that capital value is more appropriate because you can increase your capital value as a property owner by investing money. Your land value, property owners have very little control over that. It's not based on their income or anything that they can do.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions? Councillor Jovich.
I have to do this in a way to ask a question. You've summarised that very well. And do you drink coffee?
No.
No. I could have a cup of tea with you, though.
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, thank you for the presentation. Very clear. So just a question from me. You said that you've worked in local council and you know the legislation, know your way around this. Did you say Tauranga you'd worked at? So you identified at the beginning some of the challenges we're facing and what we're trying to address. How did Tauranga address these same issues?
There were two key things that we did. One was we added a higher rates burden on commercial ratepayers. So a lot of the expense in Tauranga was infrastructure, and commercial ratepayers derived a lot of benefit from that and were better able to pay. They were making money out of what the rates were paying for, so we increased the commercial rate rather than the residential rate. The other thing that we did was, because of the huge property and building boom, we increased development contributions to pay for that infrastructure, so that those people who were getting the new infrastructure paid a greater portion of that rather than existing residents.
Okay. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you very much for your submission. I think you obviously provided a lot of relevant and helpful information there. I see that Tauranga District, the City Council has a UAGC of $298. Just wondering, in terms of SUIPs, like one of the conversations we had is around how to incentivise central city development, and if you have one property, one unit, which is a big area, that pays one UAGC rate, one SUIP. But if you want to have lots of smaller businesses, they would individually pay a UAGC each, and that disincentivises. Do you have any thoughts around how to incentivise central city development without reducing the UAGC?
I would suggest for those who are building an additional SUIP that a $900 UAGC is not going to be a huge expense in the income that they would earn from having an additional property on there.
Relatively speaking,
yeah. Yeah, and relatively speaking, and all of the other expenses that they would be paying, $909 is not a big portion of that.
Understood.
Yeah, it's not going to be a disincentive to create a whole other dwelling.
Thank you.
Thank you for your answers. Appreciate that, Mel. No other questions? Thank you for your time. Appreciate it coming in. Our next submitter is Neil Mloud. Neil is not a stranger to the council chambers as well, so he knows the processes. Neil, you've got 5 minutes, and you've got 2 submissions there. So are you going to cover both submissions in the one time frame, as in 10 minutes, or are you going to break it into 2 different parts?
As the 10 minutes, if that may be done, thank you.
Okay. So just to highlight, Neil's submissions are on volume 3, page 60, and the Waipu Residents and Ratepayers Association one is on volume 10, page 27.
Thank you, councillors. I have with me Kathy Draper. She is a member of the Waipu Ratepayers Association and has come along in support of the Ratepayers Association submission. First, I'd like to talk about the water, you'll say. Personally, I prefer option 1. The reasons, and I'll just go through them quickly, less bureaucracy. Quicker actions when a decision is actually made, financial transparency, not waiting for the other councils in option 2 to make their decisions that actually can prohibit advancement of this council's plan. I see the Roading Alliance that used to be in existence was a prime example of option 2, that it really, the intention was good, but it really didn't work out there in council's area, because as you'd probably heard from a lot of ratepayers about their roads and footpaths that weren't getting done. So anyway, well done for getting rid of that option. But I see that you're going to have a similarity if you go for option 2. You can sell the council's skills and expertise to those other councils that don't have them. I mean, at the end of the day, the ratepayers of Whangarei are actually the ones who are paying your staff, and you want to see a bit of return we would want to see a bit of return for that. You can, if you're doing it on an individual council basis, you can set your water charges accordingly to your own plan. And I mean, you don't have any side effects from other councils' opinions on how they should set their water rates. And not only that, you meet your long-term plan, I would suggest, a lot quicker by doing it as an individual council rather than having other 2 councils. Right, that's all I've got to say on water. I'm sure you're taking what I've had to say as gospel. It's only my opinion, but it's there. Right, now I come to the annual plan. Interesting. Excuse me, whilst I get my papers ready. We'll start relief for farm business zone land. Whether some of you in this chamber would be aware that I was part of the Bream Bay Structure Plan, which took quite a number of years to go through and quite a lot of hearing and a lot of time. At the time, I did not see any of those landowners out there come forward and object to the land that they had being rezoned. Okay. And I would suggest one of the reasons why they didn't object is because they could see benefits in the future for their land being zoned accordingly. Most other rural landowners have to put their own systems in. So if the landowners wish to advance to the zoning that it's been zoned, why can't they put their own systems into septic systems, whatever? At the present time, farm prices are at an all-time high. So
grieves me a little bit to understand why these people who are farming need extra money to pay for their rates. What if the grant is not picked up? Or just a question that I had in the back of my mind. If the grants were not picked up and the other people have already paid for them, is the council going to pay those people back? Because the money has not been used for that specific target? And the other thing that I thought of coming in, not sure, but could $500,000 be more than the actual rate bill for some of those farm owners? In other words, you or other ratepayers would be paying their individual rate bill? Because $500,000 is quite a large amount for a rate bill. That's all I have on that one, sir. The new stormwater target rate, I prefer option 1. Rural landowners look after their own stormwater. What is the reason why we have stormwater? Because we have hard surfaces and we need to control the flow. Where does that flow and those hard surfaces surface, so to speak? In urban areas. So then the question is, why would rural people have to pay for urban areas? Because your rating system that you've got here at the moment is at cross purposes, as I see it. One minute you're saying everybody should pay for an equal portion, and the next minute you're actually picking out parts of society or parts of the rural, the rating structure for only certain people to actually pay for it. And the third thing about the target, well, not the third thing that I have here written down, is that the council's got no plan for a stormwater at the present time. Government has only just formulated its ideas that's passed on to council to actually look at. If you've got no plan, how can you actually set a fee? I will suggest is that you're trying to accumulate money for future, to finance future plans. Why wouldn't it be just $10 instead of the amount that you're doing? Because you're not sure what the government's process is going to be after you've completed your initial inquiry with other councils on what they propose. That's that one. And now we come to the biggie. Uniformed annual plan. Charges, sorry. What is the Uniformed Annual Charge there for in the Ratings Act? It's to allow councils to essentially, every property would be charged the same amount regardless of their land value or their location. It's to even it out. And unfortunately, there are the low end and there's the high end, and it's to bring them together. It's a more equitable spread of council charges. $909 is what you came up with when you went through the process of rates evaluation. And that is not even the limit of 30% that the Rating Act actually says that you can go to. So in effect, the $909 is below what you could have charged on an equitable basis. It took you 6 months to go through that, as I understand. I think you've already heard probably that even though low-value properties out there, they're actually not owned by the individuals, they're owned by landlords. And I think by reducing it from what you actually came up with, the transparent figure that you actually came up with, is a form of social engineering. And social engineering never works because there are too many factors about each individual that you cannot take into the equation on trying to work it out. Admirable, because there are the low-income people and people who have resources and valued properties, and I would suggest some of them won't even come into this chamber to try and talk to submissions on the rates because it's no interest to them because they can afford it, unfortunately.
Neil, the bell's gone. You've actually you've had your 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Yeah, you have.
Oh, well done. There's nobody. Oh, there is Mr. Smith after me. Yes. So okay. I'll. Any questions?
Any questions for Neil? We've got Councillor Connor.
Thank you. This is a couple of other the submitters have spoken on this as well. I just thought I'd ask the question here. In regards to the stormwater, you're saying that it's
microphone, councillor, please.
Really got to get these things to work better. In regards to the infrastructure that gets dealt with for the stormwater, but where the stormwater comes from. Now, yes, rural areas have a much greater land area to absorb the water, which takes away and deals with it. But the rivers that go from all the way out in a rural area that comes through into town, the influx that then grows, where is the thought of the influx that actually comes from the rural areas into the town sections, which causes the stormwater issues? And, as a second one, rural areas which we have a couple of frequent examples where rural roads are covered by water because we don't have proper infrastructure in place to deal with that flow. What's your thoughts on those, if you can?
Well, the second part to your question, and I had a little bit of difficulty hearing that, but never mind. Second part to your question is that I'll ask you another question, all right? If I pay the stormwater levies that you propose, when will the roads in my area be accommodated for stormwater that will flow across those roads? Well, my point that I was trying to make was that the majority of money spent on stormwater is spent in urban areas. I'm not saying that not saying that ratepayers shouldn't pay some proportion of the stormwater because I come into town and I don't want to come in on flooded roads. But then I would also say to you that I do pay for stormwater in towns in the way that I come to town and I go to the cafe, I go to farmers, I go to wholesalers, I go to all the lot of businesses in town, all right? They pay rates, but if they're a good business, they actually charge me back to my cup of coffee or my pair of trousers, their rates cost. So, in effect, they get their stormwater on the consumer that actually goes in. And I'm not too sure whether and I've lost your first question.
You did well, Neil. Well done to answering those. Any other questions for Neil? Councillor Peters has got a question there.
It's sort of a clarifying question because this question's coming up quite a bit. So stormwater, and I'm asking this of you, Mr. Chairperson, the charge, it also goes to fixing those roads that allow rural people in the rural area to get into town, do they not? Does that charge also go to that?
Councillor, while I appreciate the answering of the question here, this is the time to actually ask questions for clarifying of the people who are making submissions, not to actually ask questions of council. The question you're asking of council will be clarified later on. However, right now is the time to ask questions of the submitters.
Can I answer that?
Yep, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. You may laugh, it is serious. The answer to that is...
Neil, can you use the microphone?
Sorry. The answer to that is that it's a roading budget that looks after the stormwater that drains alongside the road. It's not stormwater as such. Stormwater is run off from the environment. Okay, so to have a decent road, you need drains alongside it. So when the council does a roading budget, it includes the drains that are alongside the road.
So I think you're splitting hairs, sir.
Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, though.
Okay. Thank you, Neil. Thank you for answering the question. I'm well aware that you've got a wealth of experience there and also been on this side of the chamber as well. So thank you very much.
Sorry I couldn't, I overran the time. I didn't hear the bell or whatever it was.
That's okay. We'll make sure the bell is louder next time, but thank you very much, Neil, for highlighting that.
Thank you.
Yeah. Our next submitter is Paul Smith. Paul's submission is on volume 5, page 45. And just to highlight, as Paul, when you come up here, we have read your submission. So come in. It's when you sit down there, you've got 5 minutes. So the best thing is to highlight aspects that you want to talk about, or which are different than what you've already in your submission, because we have read your submission on it.
Okay, thank you. So by way of introduction, my wife and I are retired and live in Dundee Lane, Waipu. Dundee Lane is a private lane. We have a small lifestyle block. And since we bought the property in 2021, our rates have risen 44.5%. And on the current land-based rating on rural land, which we pay a 43% more than our immediate neighbours who are residential on the land value component. For us, our rates will be almost 10% of our retirement income, and we don't have a huge money tree growing on our property, or any money trees, in fact, anywhere else. So, just as a bit of background, I've reviewed the Local Government Act to try and get my head around sort of how the constraints around rates and so on. And what the Act provides is a definition of how local governments to occur. It assumes that local government's inevitable, and I guess it is. So the centre of the Local Government Act is around the democracy, and this process is part of that, and I really appreciate that. The other aspect is to embrace is well-being for all, but I don't see anywhere there's a provision for discriminatory or inequitable arrangements of any form. So in addressing the rates challenges set before the people at the moment, what I see is the emergence of inequity and discrimination. And being one of those that feels on the negative side of that balance, that's the principle of where I'm coming from. So, we're presented with 3 questions in this process of rejigging the rates. And obviously it's a very short document. We get 3 pages, nice graphics and everything. In regards to the stormwater, the words may not have intended this, but it does suggest that maintenance of stormwater has not been budgeted previously. So without a great deal of detail of knowing what's planned, I have an engineering background, and one of the things I've observed and read and understand is that the more concrete you put on the ground to manage stormwater, the less the benefits of environmental and flood control that you actually achieve. There's better ways of doing those things. So I really don't know where you're headed on that. But where we get to the actual questions themselves, I should just go back one step. On our property, Waipu, obviously Waipu's fairly flat and a lot of the land exists as a function of drainage. We have 300 metres of what is called private drain It's a substantial drain, and there's about 6 or 7 properties drain their stormwater into that because it's flat. And I get the privilege of maintaining that at my cost. But being on a private lane, we don't even have a road frontage which is maintained by council. We have to do that ourselves. We're totally self-contained, apart from electricity. So the question of should I contribute to stormwater, I don't have a problem with that, but I am concerned about how that works. But the other question then is, if my drain is servicing 6 or 7 properties and I'm maintaining that, then I should be sending council a bill. And should this proceed, I will definitely consider that. Reducing, just in terms of my options there, you read that. I believe every household pay the same amount. I don't think that's equitable for lifestyle rural to pay considerably more, and as previous submitters have announced, stormwater management really becomes an issue when you've got lots and lots of hard surfaces, you don't collect the water off your roof and so on. Reducing the UAG. C, same problem as the equity or the fairness of that seems to have been thrown out the window. So how does reducing the burden for some and increasing the burden for others acceptable? I don't see that as within the brief that's been put down for local government. So I think that the UAGC is actually relatively low at $900. I would personally see that an increase in that rather than shifting burden onto land value. I don't see any inequities in that process. Okay. So, and by the way, this is the 3rd council I've lived under where lifestyle or rural properties seem to take the clobber for missing balances.
Paul, just to highlight, that was the bell for 5 minutes.
Oh, that was 5?
Yeah, that was the 5
4.
minutes.
Okay. All right, just briefly. So, I think the whole idea of land value, putting more and more emphasis on land value is just, it's inequity, and that's what it grieves me. And it aggrieves my neighbours and everyone else as well.
Cool. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Is there any questions for Paul? No questions. Thank you very much for your time, Paul. Appreciate you coming in, and thank you very much for your submission.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, actually, Paul, there was one question that did come up, and I apologise, I didn't read it off my notes here. You suggested that the UAGC be increased. To what value would you like to see the UAGC increase to? Yeah.
Look, I was involved in, I was at Kaipara when the commissioners were there, and I attended a very similar meeting about a very similar issue. And they wanted to add an additional rate percentage on land value for rural. And I asked them, because there's only 3 guys there, I said, and there's 2 submitters. So I said, so why are you doing this? They said, well, we have to balance, we've got a budget we need to meet, and this is the easiest way to do it. And if you divide to multiply, I mean, we don't have a ratepayers association for lifestyle is spread over, whatever. So what is it? I mean, at the end of the day, you've got a balance. And someone's previous submitter said that $900 is not, it's not an impediment. Everyone's paying a lot more than that in rates. So, I mean, if you've got a budget, you've got to fit, you just float it around inside there. As long as rates aren't increasing on a massive rate, it's got to be sustainable at the end of the day. But I don't think, if it's $1,500, it wouldn't be an impediment because someone's getting benefit from it. And it's closer to a citizen tax, which I think is a great idea.
Okay.
And that's effectively what it is. And you also, I think, you've got a sort of limitation of what percentage you can swing in particular ways in terms of collecting rates as well. So, look, if I was to walk away and say one thing, at the end of the day, council has to be sustainable. And what that means is you've got to have an equitable and fair amount that you actually charge ratepayers. Personally, I think it's reaching a tipping point, and And, we've come a long way from where we used to be with small populations that actually achieved a great deal on a relatively fair rate. And maybe the council need to look inwards and see why are we becoming such an expensive thing?
Appreciate that, Paul. Thank you for the answer. Yes. Our next submitter is Pete Gregory. Pete, you know the process. You've been here before. You've got 5 minutes. Time is yours.
Thank you.
Pete's submission is on volume 5, page 82 for those.
So, by way of introduction, I'm a commercial property owner and ratepayer, and I pay a little north of $10,000 a year in district council rates. Relief for farm business-owned land. I don't support providing temporary relief to owners of business-owned land used for farming, mainly because any increase to commercial rates falls not only on the property owners, but is passed on to the tenants, because that's how commercial leases work. So basically, the increase will run through to businesses in Whangarei. Many businesses already struggle with increased costs, and further increasing lease outgoings won't be viewed favourably by commercial property owners and business owners throughout Whangarei. And I cheekily point out, especially in an election year. The land that I guess has triggered this, the land I suspect is in question, is a parcel of land in the Ruakaka Marsden Point area, and if I'm not mistaken, it's adjacent to Marsden Point, to the former refinery and port. It has a rail corridor running either alongside it or through it, and by virtue of being rezoned commercial, it is now worth considerably more than it was as farmland, and it isn't particularly productive farmland either. So farmland's probably worth somewhere between $30,000 and $50,000 a hectare, and as commercial land, it's probably worth in excess of $100,000 a hectare. So the owner of it has the benefit of having it rezoned. Doing this is a slippery slope that sets some precedents, particularly around development land, land that has zoning changed as future urban, and effectively is a subsidy for land bankers. So I don't think we should be doing this at all. That's it.
Well, thank you very much for that. Nice and quick and simple. Any questions for Pete? Pete, you've got off very light-handed here. Well done, and thank you again for your submission.
Thank you.
Councillors, at this present moment, there is going to be a break of another. Sorry, we have one more submitter. They're just coming in right now, just been put in there. And we've got Frank Newman, who's going to be coming in, and Frank's submission is on volume 7, page 73, for all those who'd like to check on that. Good timing, Frank. Perfect timing.
Great, thanks.
And Frank, you're another regular. You know the grounds here. You've got 5 minutes. The time is yours, and allow some questions afterwards.
Okay, let me just catch my breath.
All yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, councillors, Your Worship. I'd like an hour to speak, but I've got 5 minutes, so I'll be very to the point. Today I'm calling on the local government minister to appoint a Crown Observer to the council. Such is my concern about the council finances. I think the mere fact that you've increased rates by so much in the last few years since the beginning of the term, 17.2% last year, 10.5% this coming year, and at the same time increased debt from 192 million to 265. I think that alone is sufficient evidence to show that the management of the council finances has been poor. In fact, I think it's been poor for decades, not just this last council. However, I think the chickens have finally come home to roost, and enough is enough. I think it's the debt position currently is $265 million, and in 3 years it's projected to be close to $450 million. I keep hearing from council that we're going to repay debt, and indeed, after 3 years, it's forecast to go down. I've seen those forecasts for decades, and the debt never goes down, and this council has essentially just pushed the problem onto the next council to deal with, just like every council before you has done. I think the public really are not aware of what's coming. The consultation or the attendance at the meetings was poor. I think in most cases the number of staff outnumbered the number of public submitters or public attendees. I think they won't realise what's happening until they get their rates bill in August, and then they'll make their voice known, as I believe they will in October. Unfortunately, the manner in which the council consults, I believe, is extremely poor, and people are largely ignorant of what's going on. I'd like to address some matters specifically about what's in the annual plan. The first point is stormwater. It's stated to be a targeted rate, and if I quote from page 29 of your document, it says, Council proposes to set a district-wide targeted rate for all rateable land in the district. Well, a targeted rate would mean you'd need to target the people who are actually using council stormwater. A lot of people are not, yet you're applying it to them. That's not a targeted rate. It, in effect, is a UAGC rate, but council should at least be honest about that and not pretend it's targeted for stormwater. Maybe ring-fenced, but it's not a targeted rate. Regarding the reduction in the UAGC, in my view, what you're doing there is you're giving $100 to 10 ratepayers and taking $1,000 from one ratepayer. That's the effect of what you're doing. Now, I'm amazed that councillors around this table would support that, given many have constituents who are lifestylers or rural block people or commercial property. The Coastal Ward, for example, substantial number of lifestyle block owners that will be substantially disadvantaged as a result of what is proposed, if indeed you do go to 500. They will make their voice known in October because they will be told exactly what's happening. The other point is the plus 65 age group. Your own statements show that the plus 65 age group is in fact the biggest group, is the fastest growing age group in the district. It says the average growth in that age group is 3.8%. That's the population increase of the plus 65-year-old age group in our district, compared to 0.7% for the population as a whole. In other words, the growth rate is expected of the plus 65 age group on fixed incomes is 4 times that of the general public. Essentially, Whangarei is a retirement village, yet you're not factoring that into your rates policy. I believe your analysis is actually flawed in that it does not look at the economic impact on that group and other groups of your rating policy. Is that what's that, a 4 minute or 5 minutes? Or
that's your 5 minutes.
Okay.
Frankie, you just rounding up there because I've got a couple of questions here for the team.
Okay. I'll mention 2 other things. Your capital spending, I think you're spending far too much on parks and community facilities, more than your depreciation allowance. I won't elaborate more. And your derivative policy. You've got $233 million worth of derivatives. It lost $3.2 million in the last year. And I wonder why you have derivatives at all, given most of your funding comes from the local government funding authority that itself uses derivatives to minimise interest rate risk. It's a question I think the government observer should actually look at. I am concerned that the council has not done a full review of expenditure. I'll give an example of the New Plymouth Council that managed to keep its rate increase, it minimised its rate increase from 17% to 10% because it reviewed the cost of consultants and legal expenses. It can be done. This council hasn't done it. It should. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Frank. We're just going to go to Councillor Cooper's got a question for you.
Thank you, Frank. As always, well researched. One of the question I wanted to ask you was you talked a little bit, put emphasis on the fact that the age group 65 plus is growing in Whangarei District. What is the reason that that's growing so fast compared to the general population, do you think?
I suspect it's probably Auckland is moving up here. As a cheaper retirement option, they can sell their Auckland property, retire up in the north, have a bit of capital spare, buy a boat or a caravan, have a happy retirement.
Okay, so we're attractive to them. Thank you.
Thank you. No other questions? Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good morning, Frank. Thank you. You highlighted something around lack of interest in the consultation process. What would you suggest? We've gone to the drop-in sessions. What would you suggest as a way of attracting more people if that's not working?
Look, I think many years ago, Michael Laws, when he was the Mayor of Whanganui, he actually had the answer. Each year, he polled by referendum, non-binding referendum, all ratepayers as to where they thought the council should be spending its capital expenditure. In other words, they offered 10 projects that the council thought was worthwhile. They asked the citizens to rank them 1 to 10 what they thought was more important. That was an engaging strategy. Something like 80% of all residents participated in that survey, and that translated into their voter turnout, 70 to 80%, compared to 43% for this council. That was a remarkably high turnout, but that's exactly how he did it. In other words, you've got to figure out how you're going to engage with the community. Clearly, what this council is doing is not working, so why persist with it? Auckland has a people's panel, which is quite an interesting way of gaining public feedback, where people who are interested, they offer to express a view on issues the council thinks is important. So if the council has got an issue, for example, like whatever, UAGC or a new community facility, they'll ask the People's Panel and get the feedback that way. Again, it's just engagement. It's using modern technology. Attending meetings is not really the way to go anymore.
Thanks, Frank. Answers, it's your confirmation. Thank you, Frank. Thanks for your time.
Okay.
Appreciate you taking all the time to come in. I realise it was fairly rushed for you.
Sorry.
Yeah, you did very well. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, councillors.
Our next submitter is Val Hart. Val is representing the Northern Car Club. Her submission is on volume 5, page 104. Val, you've been here before, you probably want to use the other one because it's got the microphone right there in front of you.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so
Speak.
it's on?
Yep, speak into the
Okay.
microphone, that's correct. You've got 5 minutes, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. My name's Val Hart, and I'm here again on behalf of the Northern Council to ask on behalf of the Northern Car Club to ask the Whangarei District Council for its support in providing the sport with a venue that we can call our own. For those that don't know, the Northern Car Club is a motorsport club that was established in 1955 in Whangarei by a group of car enthusiasts. The club is purely run by a group of dedicated volunteers, and we organise a variety of events for rally cars and standard cars alike. These events range from hill climbs, rally sprints, street sprints, which would mainly suit your specialised built cars, but we also organise club sport basic events like motorcars and autocrosses. You could use your everyday car for these events or buy a cheap play car. I'm here today to talk to you about the Whangarei District Council helping a local club, the Northern Car Club, to obtain a piece of land that we can develop into a great tar-sealed venue to run motorcar and autocross events. I say tar-sealed venue as this appeals to a lot of people. Motorcana and autocross events are our entry-level events. They offer great car control skills and confidence. Using your own vehicle, you can get to know how to handle under different circumstances. People can start competing in these events from the age of 12 years old, so it's great to, so it offers a great vehicle awareness prior to the age of 16, which is when you can go for your driver's licence. A Motorcana, a short course is set up with cones. Each competitor is timed to complete different courses throughout the day. There are also penalties if you knock over a cone or complete the test wrong. At the end of the day, each competitor's times are added up and the winner is the competitor with the fastest time. An autocross is a track set out with cones. The track can vary in size depending on the venue size, and the speeds are usually higher than Motorcanas. Competitors compete in autocross events individually against the clock, with the winner being the person who completes the course in the quickest time. People either compete to win or have little battles with other competitors that are close to them in the times. The approx size, like for the venue, for Motorcanas, would be about 100 metres by 30 metres, and this includes a parking area for competitors. And for an autocross event, it would be good to achieve about 150 metres by 70 metres, but tracks can be set up to suit venues, but the bigger the better. Comparing this to a rugby field, they can range from about 100 to 120 metres by 70, so it'd be good to get, that's just comparing the size there. New Zealand has a large amount of people interested in motorsport or into cars generally, and it would be great to see the Whangarei District Council get behind the Northern Car Club and seeing the potential of having its own dedicated motorsport venue.
If I could just interject, please, Your Worship. The chatter out in the public gallery is wrecking my hearing.
Sorry, Val, apologies for the interruption there. Thank Councillor Reid for highlighting. Members of the public, please be well aware, any noise that you make actually goes through the sound system, and everyone who's listening actually gets to hear what you're saying, so please be well aware of that. Val, keep going, please.
Okay, thanks. It was just the other day on Facebook, someone was asking what Whangarei needed. I couldn't for the life of me find that Facebook post again, so I can't get the exact wording. But it did take screenshots of some of the comments, and some were just more legit street races, and then the same person saying everyone loves a bit of motorsport. And this post had some of the most likes and love hearts, and there were other posts saying programs for our young people. So if the Northern Car Club had a dedicated venue that we could then pursue getting more of our young teens, young adults, and even our older generation into the sport. Hopefully getting some of those young ones interested that like to tear up our streets late at night. Can the Whangarei District Council help the Northern Car Club obtain some land for development to hold its own events like a lot of other sports clubs in the area that have their own sports fields? I'm sure the Whangarei District Council would like to see a venue that can hold legit, legal motorsport events.
Thank you, Val. Appreciate that. Any questions for Val? Val, I have some questions. Now, one of the questions I have is the Northern Car Club used to have its own building, used to have its own land. Just that was mainly for its club rooms, though.
Yes, yep.
Has the club actually been quite active in trying to find a new location or find a better location?
Wouldn't say probably too active. There were other club members trying to finding another club rooms, but it's also hard to find that. It's hard to get, I suppose, everybody in a club to agree on one thing. We do still have the money from those club rooms because we had our own club rooms, which was, I think, the old golf course club rooms up in Tikipanga. That just got so run down that it wasn't worth keeping, and we were just sinking money into it. So it was sold and then donated to the fire brigade actually, and they burnt it down. But yeah, we've still invested that money, so we've still got money invested there for something, but we haven't really pursued anything. We've kind of just kept an eye out on different areas, but yeah, it's...
And when it comes to the council, have you actually approached the council staff, or has the Northern Car Club approached the council in relation to sites that you would actually like to have?
No, I didn't know we could kind of do that.
Cool. No, I appreciate that. Councillor Connor.
Thank you. Thanks for coming and presenting as well. Just a question regarding the land itself, whichever it may be. The top of the page you've got, it says to support in providing this sport with a venue. Down the bottom you've got saying help the Northern Car Club obtain some land for development.
Okay.
Is the club expecting or wanting the council to have and own this land, or for the club to own this land?
Well, I mean, I suppose it depends on how other clubs work. I'm not quite sure on sports fields how that works with the council. I suppose this could just be like a sports field. I'm not quite sure how that all kind of works. Yeah, I suppose that's something to be discussed. You know, if there's just a long-term kind of lease kind of thing, and then we can develop it into what we like, or yeah, I'm not quite sure how other clubs kind of work in that kind of regard. I'm not quite sure how there's also the Speedway. I'm not quite sure if they own that land, and if that's the council land, or and how that works.
No, all good. Yeah, in the option, would it, because there is options of like loans that council can do that can be paid back.
Okay.
Would it be preferable if just in clear, would it be preferable for the council to own land or the car club to own the land?
Not sure on the answer to that one, because yeah, well, I suppose I'm not quite sure. Yeah.
Thank you, Val. I've got a question from Councillor Jovich.
Thanks, Val. We've had recently the rally come through, and we've seen some numbers in terms of the return on investment and the benefit that it does add to the Whangarei District. Are you privy to anything with your arena there, what that would add to the district?
Well, I haven't got any figures on that, but I suppose like an autocross event on Tar Seal, a lot of even our members would go to, say, Hampton Downs or somewhere else to go and compete in those events. So I don't know if we start holding like good events that people want to come to, then they would come up here. I mean, like the rally's quite a big profile event, so it probably wouldn't be as big as a rally. But yeah, if you hold quite a few smaller events, then throughout the year, you may be bringing people up into the area.
You're not aware of any business case studies that the car clubs across in New Zealand have undertaken?
No, I don't. No, I don't. Sorry.
Thank you.
Cool. Well, thank you very much, Val. Thank you for your time. Appreciate coming in.
Cool. Thank you.
No more questions. Well done.
Thank you.
Due to submitters not being here and our next submitter was booked in for 11:15, we will now take a break till 11:15.
Councillor. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I will make my point. So that includes roads and footpaths. In our little village of Parua Bay, we haven't had footpaths, even though we've probably been asking for footpaths between the shops and the community center for several years now. I know you're working on the water pipes, which is excellent for those that are connected to water and sewage. But I don't know the percentage of the ratepayers in that ward who are actually not connected to sewage and water. So if anybody does know that, we can bring that up. So essentially, I haven't seen any benefit to my rates for that. Community services, well, we don't have libraries or parks or community facilities there. Our little village is self-governing of the local community center. Public transport, we don't have that out there. Waste management, well, rubbish and recycling, I certainly participate in the recycling, but rubbish, we pay almost $5 a bag, so I'm sure that that probably subsidizes that service. Environmental protection and specialized services. So that's sort of my point, is that I'm rural, I'm not connected to sewage or water, and in the time that I've been a ratepayer, I've noticed my rates have increased, certainly, and as expected, but last year was almost a 15% rate increase, which is quite dramatic, especially when you look at the cost of living. I just went on to New Zealand stats, and its cost of living has increased 3%. Wage increases are just below that. Superannuation is only keeping up at just that, at 3%. And then I thought, well, how are people doing in the country? Because I see a lot of retired people in my ward who are struggling to meet costs, especially if there is going to be another substantial rate increase. In the New Zealand Herald last week, they mentioned that 24,000 home loans in March were past due, despite falling interest rates. In Stuff, they quoted the same thing, and they also mentioned that financial hardship levels have increased 20% in the last year, and almost half of that relate to mortgage payments. So people are struggling. I know we have costs in the district, but one thing I'd like to see is our rates solely go towards those things that I mentioned. A lot of us felt very strongly that the council should not be a developer, hence those thousands of submissions for the Oruku landing, and I apologize if I didn't pronounce that correctly. So, when I looked at the consultation and they said, would you like to make comments? Should everyone pay the same stormwater targeted rates? No. If you choose to build in a geologically or environmentally challenging location, that onus should fall on the homeowner. Should we reduce the uniform annual general charge? Yes. If there's a chance to reduce rates, yes, I'm for that. Should Whangarei stay in charge of its own water and wastewater and then offer services to other councils? Yes. We're in a very good position financially, I understand, in that all of our infrastructure is paid for, or at least the debt is manageable. Unfortunately, some of the other councils in Northland are not in that position. And so that's why I'm against council forming the council-controlled organization. My fear is that we would end up using some of our ratepayers' money to subsidize the much-needed improvement in some of those districts. That's for the national government, lowercase n, for them to step up and improve those facilities. Then maybe we could look at forming a council-controlled organization. So I just want to reiterate that I feel strongly that council should be doing things that our rates pay for and not be a developer.
Thank you, Marlene. Appreciate that. The 5 minutes is up. Is there any questions for Marlene? No questions at all. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you coming in. Thank you for your comments. Our next submitter is Christopher. Yep, there we are. Christopher, you know the environment. You've been here before.
Yes, thank you. You could take me through it again. Which button?
You're already live.
Yep.
The red light's on, so it's showing that you're speaking. You've got 5 minutes. I'll just let you give a few seconds to set yourselves up, and I understand we've got a handout as well, so the team are handing that out. Yep. And it's been reminded me to let you know that there will be a bell at 5 minutes.
At 5.
So we encourage you to try to finish within that time frame so there can be some questions if need be.
Very good. Thank you. Tēnā koutou katoa. Ko patua te maunga, ko tahururu te awa, ko Ngāpuhi te iwi, ko Albert Taplin tōku papa, ko Natalie Taplin tōku mama, ko Christopher Taplin tōku ingawa no reira. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Your Worship the Mayor, members of Council, members of staff, members of the public. Has it really only been 12 months since the 17.2% rate increase? And here we are again. Having been a practitioner, a parishioner, and a petitioner, and now this year a senior citizen, I'm here to speak to my submission on the WDC annual plan. You will have a copy of my submission. It's not very long. And I'd also like to bring to your attention a recent Radio New Zealand interview with the outgoing Auditor General, John Ryan, which I have circulated for your reference. The interview itself is about 24 minutes long, so I'll briefly share the theme and the way to find it from the Radio New Zealand website for all present. I'll read my submission. We are not convinced you have the measure of what it is and what isn't required. And from the handout, Radio New Zealand last month, 29th of April, I listened to it on 9 to noon with Catherine Ryan, an interview with the outgoing Auditor General. The theme of which he discussed was poor performance reporting, difficulty tracing what government spending actually achieves, and the erosion of trust in the public service have been key concerns of the Auditor General. So those details are there for you to have if you're interested, because I thought his points were well made. When I listened to the interview, I also share the Auditor General's sentiments regarding poor performance reporting. Without this type of reporting, ratepayers are unlikely to know if they're getting bang for buck, and that's the heading from the Auditor General, are taxpayers getting bang for their buck. Hence, I am not convinced that another significant rate rise is justified or value for money. Before I finish, to those councillors who won't be here after the October elections, thank you for your service, and I wish you well. Are there any questions?
No, thank you, Christopher. Thank you for keeping nice and short. Is there any questions for Christopher? Christopher, just to let you know, I have actually seen this interview. Thank you very much for providing it again to the elected members.
Yes, I note that he was. Catherine Ryan said to him, he was very critical of Three Waters, so you would have found that really interesting.
Yeah.
So thank you for the opportunity.
Cool. Thank you again. Our next submitter is Tim Robinson. He's from the Chamber of Commerce. Their submission is on volume 10, page 48. Tim, you're no stranger to the chamber here. You know the environment very well. The time is yours.
Thank you, Vince, and thank you, councillors. Appreciate the opportunity. So look, I am actually submitting on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, but I just wanted to highlight, I made a note in the submission to say, because of the very tight turnaround time, we did not actually have the opportunity to what I call truly consult and poll our membership. So we are, I guess, going on anecdotal and the evidence that we have from the members that we have spoken with, and certainly the feedback that we've had, of which there was quite a substantial amount in the short amount of time that we were able to, to have some conversations. Look, I just want to frame up what our position is, primarily by saying that in the current economic environment that we're in, and in particular for small business, to be faced with what in some cases could be up to a 30% rate rise for commercial and industrial properties, this is going to have a significant impact on our local economy here. Now, for those of us in small business, we don't have the luxury, being a monopoly, of just being able to hike our prices up by 30% and expect our customers to pay. And in fact, if we did that as a commercial business, the Commerce Commission would take us to court and probably lock us up. So I really want to challenge you and say, have a think about the position that you are in and the way that you are, I guess, conducting yourself as far as how you are treating your paying constituency. Now, for those of us in small business, in reality, we've only got two levers to pull when our costs are increased. Either we put our prices up or we have to reduce our costs. Okay, those are the only two levers we've got to put. We know for a fact that in a cost of living crisis as small business, we can't put our prices up, certainly not by 30%. We'll just simply, our customers will walk away. So we only have two options. Either number one is we start cutting costs, whether it be reducing staff, whether it be whatever it might be. Or some of us might even just say, you know what, well, we've had this year on year for nearly 5 years now. It's just simply time to close the doors and be another empty shop or whatever in our business district. So I really want to ask Council, what exercise have you done, because it certainly wasn't apparent in the consultation document, of actually what costs have you looked at that you can actually reduce as an organisation, thereby reducing your need to have to hike rates again by what you're proposing to. 17.2% last year. Now, that was the average, bear in mind. Now, again, we had a lot of feedback last year, a number of commercial property owners who, again, were talking about between 30 and 40% increases in their rates because of the way the differentials work. So when you sort of start thinking about this, if those same property owners are looking at another 30-odd% this year, 60% in 2 years, frankly, is just ridiculous. And I don't believe it's actually justifiable. So I do want to challenge Council to say, what, I guess, cost-saving exercise have you done as a whole to say, how do I actually reduce my cost base, like we as businesses have to do when we're faced with a cash crisis? The first thing we have to look at is what costs can we control, rather than just simply going, we're just going to go and take more money off somebody. So in terms of the actual consultation topics, you'll see there from the written submission that we put in, it's basically option 2 for us all the way through, and we have obviously specified why that is. And in terms of the rationale, well, yeah, we're just sort of saying that when we've included a couple of tables and graphs there to illustrate the commercial and industrial sector pays 24% of rates, even though we have only 9.3% of the land value. Okay, so I think it's worth just putting that into perspective. So from us as the Chamber of Commerce, we're simply saying we believe that Council needs to follow the rest of us in business, control your costs. CPI is running at 2.6%. We just don't believe that a massive rates hike is actually justified in this environment. So on that, I will say, if you want to ask me some questions, please do. You'll see that because of the way that the submission worked, I end up actually putting in our local water done well as part of the one document, so I'm not coming back to speak to that. So if you've got any questions of our position around that, please feel free to ask those now. Any questions?
Thank you, Tim. Appreciate that. It was great that you had your submission there, had included both of them in there. They're saying thank you for doing that. That's good. Any questions for Tim? Councillor Connor.
Thank you very much for coming and presenting. The question I have seems to be working better. The question I have in regards to, obviously, council costs and where cost cutting can be done in certain areas. In regards to a large-scale event, sporting events or the like, which council has to contribute to getting that to come into the space. In the commercial area, whilst some businesses would benefit from it, others may not because of what the layout it is. Where is your thought or the who you're representing views on supporting big events, which would actually entail a cost?
So I'm not understanding the
So
question.
in regards to the payback that would come from it, potentially. Because we often get big events and saying, look, we're going to have this many people into the area, it's going to have this much money gained out of this. But in order to do that, we have to spend a big chunk of money to be able to get those events in the area. In regards to us spending that money versus not spending that money, as you're saying, cutting costs, where's your thoughts on that?
Okay, that's not something I've even sort of really stopped to think about. I suppose my immediate reaction, I'm probably answering this as somebody who is involved with events and from time to time. Certainly, council does only seem to be interested in funding events that involve a lot of alcohol and large music concerts and so on. And for the average business, there's no return in that. So, you know, a concert organiser, yep, absolutely. Some alcohol providers and, you know, food stalls, yep, absolutely. Beyond that, there's no tangible return to the business community. If that answers the question, it's not something I've really studied.
Okay, cool. Councillor Peters.
How about car rallies?
Your question about that, sorry, Councillor Peters, just before, so he understands the context.
It's adding to Councillor Connop's question.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, look, again, Carol, yeah, I don't have obviously any reference or data around that. Again, but other to say that it would have very, very minimal impact on businesses.
Okay. Tim, within your submission, you talked about the CCO for the water entity. Local Water's done well. Yep. And you've made it quite clear that this is your preference without canvassing amongst all the members as much as possible. Why do you've listed some reasons for and reasons against. However, with Whangarei being in the situation it is with the water services, what benefit is there about a CCO?
Yeah, look, this was sort of something that we gave us a bit of pause for thought, and the reason being that we took the position that we did was actually as much, I guess, a continuation of our thinking around. Fundamentally, we do believe that there's a benefit to as much joined upness, if such a phrase exists, for our region as a whole. And again, bearing in mind that we are the Northern Chamber of Commerce, we're not just the Whangarei Chamber of Commerce. And we were taking a bit of a pan-regional approach around this. Now, of course, if I wear my Whangarei ratepayer hat, I'm going, why would I want to be involved with anybody else? Because we've got the best water infrastructure, most up-to-date, and least cost, I guess, potential going forward of probably any council in the country. But I also sort of take the view of saying, well, you know, as a Northlander and thinking about our region and how we're sort of viewed by central government, there's probably better benefit for us as a region to be working together and to have one combined plan, particularly from a funding perspective, if we're going to seek sort of some of these funding opportunities that the central government are mooting as being available. It just sort of feels like going with one voice to say, here's what we need overall, this is what we have to do. And look, you know, yes, I'm the first to acknowledge, and our constituents are first to acknowledge that, you know, that may be that financially we're slightly worse off here in Whangarei than what we maybe are in Kaitaia or in Mangawhai, and we get that. But it's a little bit of the greater good. We just kind of sense that from a regional perspective, and of course, we are thinking about the long term. 4-lane highway arriving. There's going to be growth in both population, business, and the needs for the infrastructure to support that. We're just trying to sort of say what's the best way of achieving that, and we believe that a regional-wide CCO is probably the better way to go.
Okay, appreciate that. Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you for that. Just how would you reconcile those two positions? So you said that the rates increase, the burden is really damaging local businesses, but then the CCO could potentially increase rates. So how do you reconcile those two positions, and what's your thinking there?
Yeah, absolutely. Really good question. Thanks, Scott. So look, I guess the reconciliation is much around saying if we end up with a better regional opportunity, so in other words, you know, if our regional growth as a whole is greater and is accelerated, there is a much better opportunity for business there. So the opportunity to grow our population, which obviously means for us as businesses more customers, better access to markets, you know, through better rating, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So those are the kind of trade-offs that we look at. Okay, versus if it's just simply, well, here's a cost base, we're just going to, you know, add more cost to that. There's nothing, as it were, coming back to the business community to pay for it, if that sort of makes sense.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, appreciate that. Thank you for your time. No more questions looking at this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate the time.
Our next submission is from Neil Campbell. His submission is on volume 6, page 89. Neil originally had a time frame later in the day. He's come earlier, which is great. And you've got 5 minutes, Neil. And just to say, we have read your submission. It is there. So best just to talk to it.
Your Worship, Mayor, Councillors, thank you very much for the chance. I'm here because I was horrified when I worked out how much my rates were to increase, which was 53% from $5,433 to $8,001. Now, I have a two-bedroom, very, very basic house at One Tree Point, and obviously the thought of $8,001 is quite unbelievable. Many years ago, I used to be on when I had a look at seeing what sort of way there could be of introducing some equity into the rating system, and that is, you know, I think the essence of local body rates is meant to be some degree of fairness, you know, so that everyone pays their share. It's impossible to get it exact, but I was amazed to discover that you were on the unimproved value. And I mean, 50-something years ago, I was on the Whangarei District Council then, and as these areas were becoming developed, the distortions that you have now, where ever-increasing rates are loaded onto fewer and fewer ratepayers, while you're trying to keep the average down and disguise the massive increases that you're raking every year. If you went to a universal annual general charge, for example, and changed to capital value rating, the distributions would be levelled out perfectly. And I did a bit of research on this, and the Whangarei District Council is the only local body that I could find basically in the country. There may be some small rural local bodies that still use unimproved valuations, but unless you're prepared to change to capital value rating, it means that someone like me, for example, with almost no house, the people behind me might be on the section with, you know, a fraction of the unimproved value with a terribly expensive house and 20 people living in it. So you're creating a distortion every time you put the rates up, you know, 50-something% on fewer and fewer people. And I don't know whether the council has given any thought to, you know, capital value rating, but it's the only way of bringing in any form of equity into the rating system. I mean, that I can go on, but that's basically, I'm, you know, happy to answer any questions. But
yeah. Appreciate you coming in and saying that, Neil. I'm going to go to Councillor Cooper.
Neil, good to see you. Can I just ask you, that 50% odd rate increase was that with the UAGC going down to 500, or was it's staying at 900?
With the 500.
What was it with it at 900?
There wouldn't be that much difference. I actually haven't done the sums on that.
Okay, thank you.
But obviously, for people in my position, the higher the UAGC is the better.
The better, yes.
But look, all my neighbours, none of us, we don't have Rolls Royces or anything like that, and it's not we're probably where we are because we enjoy the boating, and not. There are some expensive houses in the area, as you well know, but many of them are retired people who really do not use a great deal of council services.
Thank you.
Yep. Neil, just to highlight there, have you had a chance to contact our rates team in relation to the different values?
No, I haven't.
Okay. Cool. Councillor Connor.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in and presenting to us. Thank you. As what you've just said, in what you've just said, and with your submission, so would you think that moving to capital rather than land value is a better situation to go to?
Well, yes. If I, oh, you're sorry, carry on.
Yeah, no.
Well, yes. The only way, you still need the uniform annual general charge to distribute what we'll call the basic, council requirements for money, but once you reduce that as well, it's impossible to raise enough money without using the unimproved valuations, without massive distortions, as we can already see, and I'd hate to be someone like Hoppers with a huge amount of canal front sections still to sell when they're trying to sell them and someone says, oh, what are the rates likely to be? Oh, only $10,000. Well, I don't need to tell you how fast those people will be out of that place. It's going to be impossible to, you're basically devaluing every more expensive, property that there is.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Doesn't look like there's any more questions here, but thank you very much for taking your time to come in. Appreciate that and submitting in front of us.
Thank you all. Thank you.
At this point, councillors, we are moving to a break till 1 o'clock, because that's when our next lot of submitters will be coming in. The team have been working to get the submitters to come in earlier. Unfortunately, it hasn't able to be worked, so we'll be waiting till 1 o'clock. So you'll now have a break till 1 p.m. And staff, it's come on 1 o'clock. We will resume. And thank you for the members of the public who have come back in here. Just to remind everyone that there is a 5-minute speaking slot for each person. We encourage, the bell will be rung at 5 minutes, so we encourage everyone to go through their submission as much as possible. However, we have read all the submissions, so they have all been read. So what you'll be doing is highlighting anything new or additional information that you'd like us to go through. That will allow us, the elected members, to ask questions of your submissions for clarifications. To all of the members here, we remind them again, use the microphones. They are there for us to, so to speak in. So the first speaker at 1 o'clock is Evelyn Johnson. Are you and your husband going to come up, or just you?
He can come if he likes.
He can sit next to you.
Oh, that's good. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. Phil. I want to object to the proposed 34% increase in council rates on our property. This substantial rise is unacceptable, particularly in the light of the continued lack of essential services in my area, which is Waiatera, and what happens, essential services in my area, and what appears to be irresponsible spending by council. Despite decades of rate payments, there is still no access to basic services such as footpaths, town water, sewerage, public transport. Our road remains unsealed and has not changed. There has been no tangible improvements in infrastructure or services that would warrant such a significant rate hike. What is especially frustrating is that while residents see no service enhancements, council's expenditure has soared. The council has employed over 400 staff, more than double the 180 staff it previously operated off. That's 24. The wages are 24% of the rates. Now, millions have been spent on non-essential projects, including 58 million on new council building, 6.7 on a dog pound. These choices reflect lack of fiscal restraint, especially when essential community infrastructure is being overlooked. I urge the council to prioritise critical services and infrastructure over excessive administration expansion and unnecessary projects. Ratepayers deserve accountability and value. Now, I have part summarised my submission. So, rural road safety, urgent need for sealing hazardous roads. I've supplied you with a coloured photo of our road. So please refer to our touched photos of a rural road used daily by school children who work or cycle 2.63 kilometres to catch a school bus. This road features blind corners, no safety infrastructure. In contrast, children in urban areas benefit from sealed footpaths and dedicated cycle tracks. Key concern, the current long-term plan 24-27 includes no new sealed extension projects, despite the fact that roads like this pose daily risks to vulnerable users. The cancellation of the Prescott Road Ruakaka seal extension is especially concerning given the risks. Recommendation. Following an example of Piako District Council, government funding should be reallocated to sealing dangerous rural roads. Prioritise safety over non-essential landscape projects. I've reviewed the projects and I have listed 7 of the 16. So Lovers Lane and Library Landscaping, 1.6 million. How about Prescott Road? Let's get that done. Springs Flat Roundabout. I know that's been in the pipeline since 2023, but 10.3 million from government funds, nothing for rural roads. Major funds are being spent in areas already serviced while essential rural infrastructure remains rejected. Issues with the 25-26 annual plan consultation document. Now, it's understood that only 2 councillors reviewed and approved the consultation, the document presented at public meetings. Several components are misleading and lack proper supporting documents. In particular, advertised 10.7%, not the actual 34%, and others up to 59%. There's others I've supplied you. There's one, unfair rating of 11,000 residential lifestyle rural land, which has to pay the same rate as urban. Anyone who lives in town has to pay, we have to pay the same rate. We've got no services whatsoever. So I think it's about time that, and I would appreciate Council taking the time to read my full submission, please.
Thank you, Evelyn. It's done the 5 minutes. Councillors, is there any questions for Evelyn? Obviously, your submission was well understood. No, Councillor Jovic has a question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Probably just following on a trend from some of the other submitters that we've had in today. In terms of, we've talked about a few of the projects that we have done, and I accept that some of those I did not concur with, but it comes back to our communication. In terms of key infrastructure projects and that, what would you like to see, in terms of 3 or 4 off the top of the head, what would you see would be a priority for the Whangarei District?
I would like to see the rural roads, the no seal for 2024-27. I would like to see that come back, and I'd like the government funding, when they have a funding, like Piarco did, they sealed all of their small country roads, and you can't go to the Waikato and find one that isn't sealed down and around Te Araha, and it was actually our previous commissioner that actually got that. When the government gave them 33 million, they spent it all on the country roads, the whole lot. So you got none of this what I've shown you here on, none of what I've shown you here on our road, which is continuous year after year after year, and we've been there 50 years, and there's no change. So that's what I want some of that government funding to go to. I understood that the funding from government had been cut for sealed roads. Well, you're obviously still getting it because you're using it for Springs Plat.
Okay, thank you for that, Evelyn. Councillor Mackenzie's got a question.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I was going to ask if you were aware that there is no subsidy made available from NZTEA for road seal extensions?
Yes. I am aware of that, but there's other funds that government give to the council, and it's up to you to choose where you spend those funds. And you've chosen to spend them out on a new subdivision. That's where the funding, a lot of funding is going into new projects. And there's I know there's something like about 36 projects that are advertised on your website. Okay. Not all of them government funded, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not allowed to do anything but ask questions, but I acknowledge what you've said. Thank you.
Thank you, Evelyn. Appreciate your time. As there's no other questions, thank you, Evelyn. Thank you for taking the time to come in. The peer review, well done.
Thank you, all of you.
Our next submitter is Melissa. Now, Melissa's got 2 submissions here. Melissa, are you going to be doing it for both at the same time? Okay, so what we have done in the past is, best if you take the other one because it's got the microphone already set up ready for you.
I can't use both? No, I'm just kidding.
Again, speak into the microphone so that it's clearly heard. Because you've got 2 submissions there, you've actually got 10 minutes.
Yes.
And you're going to cover both over that time period, so we'll be able to ask questions within that 10 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let you know when I'll do the WHCA one first.
Yep.
So kia ora everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here again. As outlined in our submission, the WHCA acknowledges the significant effort and work of both council staff and councillors in the preparation of these documents. So our comments aren't directed at anyone in particular. They're just generic comments that we want to make about the process in particular. And I also would like to acknowledge how it's equally important to acknowledge the time and ongoing commitment of the resident and ratepayer associations throughout the district and individuals in our communities for their valuable time and input into this process as well. Making submissions on significant issues as outlined in this annual plan is incredibly challenging. If you consider how much time council staff and elected members spend in the preparation of these documents, it's significant. Then if you consider how much time is spent informing and engaging with community, it's not so much. It's definitely not the same. We are provided with a brief overview of a very complex matter, such as is the case of this particular, these documents, the annual plan and local water done well. And based on this limited information, we are encouraged to make submissions. So in this particular case, the long-term plan, we were able to consult with our members on those particular issues. On these particular issues outlined in the annual plan and the local water reform document, they were too complex for us to go back to our local members and try and do a joint submission on their behalf. So we did encourage everyone to try and make their own individual submissions, and it's positive to see that you've had a reasonable return this time. The local water reforms, new stormwater rates, UAGC changes, and farm business land relief was too much to include in the consultation process. I believe, or we believe, it was too much to include all of that in this particular process. So how does council define or assess effective engagement and consultation? We'd like to know, how do you ensure you have enough good quality information in order to be as informed, balanced and reflective of the community views as possible? Is it the number of submissions that you receive or the public meetings held? And how does this impact or influence the decision-making process within councillors and also council staff? How are the submissions calculated? For example, when the WHCA made a submission last year for the LTP, we have approximately 120 paid members of the association. We did consult our members. We spent quite a bit of time doing that, and we had a 99% support rate, and we acknowledged the one person who didn't support our submission. But when we made that submission, in your calculations, it's considered one submission. But we had consulted 120 people. So we really do need to have some conversations around how that's reflected in the overall summaries and numbers, and how you take that into consideration. Because I think that's quite crucial, considering the time that's put into that. And it would be really beneficial for ourselves and other associations to have a better understanding of the decision-making process associated with public submissions. And that's a conversation that needs to be had with council, councillors, and associations like ourselves. As you are aware, there is growing frustration and concern locally and nationally about the declining role of communities in local democracy. And despite all the submissions and presentations that we have made and other residents and ratepayers have made over the last decade, highlighting the need for better engagement and consultation, we have never had anyone contact us to discuss these concerns or seek further information or feedback. So I really don't want to keep coming here and saying the same thing over and over. We really do need to do something different, and we need to have these discussions to improve this process. Council last year did initiate an information evening for residents and ratepayer associations and other organizations, which is helpful. But it is important to acknowledge that it is an information evening. It's not about engagement and consultation and allowing us the opportunity to have input into the making and the publicizing of these documents. And that's a crucial difference. We believe resident and ratepayer associations play a key and significant role in improving local democracy, and we want to work with council and councillors in this area. So how can we work better together and enable better community engagement and consultation? Early engagement is critical. Forming relationships, building trust with local hapu, community groups and organizations is imperative. Fostering a culture of inclusion and belonging and ensuring all voices are heard is essential. Sufficient resourcing and support for our organizations is also important. So I have decided to organize a meeting with our local resident and ratepayer associations in the Whangarei Heads area to discuss these particular issues and to get their feedback and then come back to you with the hope that we can have further discussions on this area, because I think we've all made it clear that we need some changes and we need to improve the process. Thank you very much. That was my WHCA submission. Do you want to ask questions of that before I proceed to my own?
Would you like to move to your one at the same time?
No, I think I'd rather prefer to answer the questions of this one, and then I'll...
Well, you've actually gone over time for that one. So you've actually technically got 3 minutes left.
Okay, I'll go quick then.
Yeah.
Sorry. With mine, I have to say, this particular consultation document, again, there was too much in there. It was very complex issues. There was lots of information that wasn't in there. I was very frustrated. I contacted Patrick. He's put me on to staff. The staff were wonderful and very helpful. But I still have more questions and felt really not qualified even to make a submission, but I did, because I did it with the best that I could. So under the UAGC, lots of concerns around that, because currently it is a separate charge that's applied to each proportion, which I think is option 2. So what I wasn't really clear about was why you were proposing that change, and it obviously came down to that you wanted to address the affordability for lower value and lower household income properties. But I really don't know if that's being addressed, because there's so many different assumptions. There's the assumption that somebody living in a lower value property has a lower income, and that those living in higher value properties have a higher income. So I don't know how you made that assumption, if there's statistics or information that you had that wasn't available. But I don't think you can make that assumption, because I know in our area we have a lot of people, especially since our property values have gone up, living in very high land value properties that are on a low income. And vice versa. I know people who are landowners who have lots of properties and lower land value areas that are rentals. So I don't know if they're going to pass those savings on if they receive those. So huge questions around the assumptions and the decision making on that particular point. In regards to the relief for the farm business zone land, again, lots of different questions. What I would like to ask is, when that change was made, why wasn't the consideration given then about the impact that was going to have on those farming communities? Where exactly is the land in Marsden? It would have been good to have a link to a map and some additional information and background information about this particular issue. Was this change intended to encourage development, discourage land banking, and ensure a fair distribution of rates across sectors? And does providing rates relief not undermine what you're trying to achieve? and create expectations and a precedent to enable this type of relief for other situations. When the land is developed or sold, will those properties not benefit from the significant increase in value? And should commercial and industrial and rural properties rates increase to subsidize this? What is the cost to monitor and administer this? This is a really complex issue that definitely required further consideration and information versus what was supplied in the consultation documents. And then in stormwater too, again, I believe that option 2 is the formula that you're currently using. So I have a huge range of questions about why it's being separated and what the benefit of that would be. What is the cost for administrating that? And last year, and just in closing, last year we saw the largest increase in rates, I think, in the history of Whangarei District Council, and what's being proposed now is going to impact significantly on a number of people from 20 to 46%. So I think that's a huge concern, and consideration needs to be taken into that.
Thank you, Melissa.
very much.
We have a question from Councillor Holmes, your councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Melissa. As always, thoughtful and thorough. Thank you. So I've got a question. You mentioned that you're going to have a meeting with the association and come back with a proposal of how you think we could do this better. And we've talked about this lots of times in the last 2.5 years. But if you were going to pick a top of your head, something that you think we could do better in terms of the way we consult on this, what would it be? What would be your top pick at the moment?
Well, I could use the example of the consultation that you just put out about the education precinct, which I got a few more grey hairs when I read that. So that was a good example, is if we're informed earlier, if we have conversations with resident and ratepayer associations, I mean, we all vary, but we are connected to community. I mean, if we can get in there early and gain a better understanding of what you're trying to do and have some input into that before you publish these documents, that would make a huge difference. It would relieve a lot of frustration. And we struggle as an association to encourage people to make submissions because they don't listen to us, they've already made the decisions, negative, negative, negative. So we know how hard it is to get people to make submissions. So earlier input, consultation, prior to the publishing of some of these documents is really important. Now, how that would work, we'd need to sit around the table and have a conversation, but yeah, that's the first one off the top of my head. And also, we have a database, like, for example, Vince, I think you went to the public meeting at Powder Bay about the roading. None of our local residents and ratepayer associations received notification of that by email. It was I only saw it on Facebook. Now, we all have collectively between the heads with our associations, we've got over 500 members. That would have been a great resource for you guys to tap into, and you didn't. You know we exist. Yeah. We've been here doing this for quite a while. Yeah.
That's good feedback. Thank you for that, Melissa. I appreciate that, because that's actually interesting for me to know. I was not aware. Thank you. Any other questions from the team here? No other questions? Melissa, thank you again for your time coming in.
Ken, you don't want to answer me any questions? No, just kidding.
But thank you, Melissa. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate you taking the time to come in. Really good submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to talking to you further.
Excellent. Our next submitter is Janet Atkinson. Janet, come on up. Oh, what have you done to yourself? Or shouldn't I ask?
Afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Mayor Vince and councillors, for listening to your ratepayers today, even though we, and those of you who are awake to the greater agenda, know that it is a complete waste of time. The people whom I would really like to be addressing are mostly sitting behind closed doors, doing their work behind the scenes. Yes, Alan Adcock's own words to me when I took him to task at a community meeting pre-last local body elections. General Manager, Corporate, I believed a local council was about providing services for its communities, not running some fancy corporation. How naive of me. However, many of us now know that all city and district councils in New Zealand are indeed corporations, and as such, our councillors, supposedly elected by the people, for the people, are little more than virtue signalling bums on seats with zero say in matters of any significant importance, other than those councillors who completely subscribe to and prop up the narratives and directives from the management bureaucrats. In the past year or more that I've been attending monthly council meetings, I have witnessed a dramatic shift in the way we, the people, have been received, which is directly proportional to the interest we have shown or numbers attending. This has culminated recently in the over-the-top presence of numerous security guards, locked doors, bag searches, limiting of numbers allowed into chambers, and the eviction of the overflow from the foyer in a public building we are paying for. My disgust knows no bounds. And I hasten to add, none of this, apart from the restricted numbers in chambers, was in force when Māori wards was on the agenda. The foyer and the courtyard were awash with people. And so, excuse me, you may ask, what has this to do with the annual plan submission process? In my eyes, everything, because you and I know that very little, if any, of the feedback given in written form during the consultation period and today in verbal form will make it past the iron curtain of the people pulling the strings here. As alluded to previously, I do not place the blame for this at the feet of all councillors. My observations have given me a pretty good handle on where each of you sit. Those who are here genuinely representing their ratepayers and communities, those whose intentions are honourable but blindly trust in senior management's direction, and those who totally and actively support agendas with zero regard for the democratic process where the wider community is concerned. I'm not here to beg you not to increase our rates. We all know that, criminal as it is, it's a done deal. What I am here to do, however, is to register my absolute rejection of the justification for the increases, my total disdain at the manner in which they have been arrived at, and the bureaucratic arrogance with which they'll be enforced. And don't even get me started on local water done well. Yeah, right, let's add some more chemicals to the drinking water and introduce a targeted rating charge for stormwater management. Since when has stormwater become an issue in its own right? It's been with us since rain started falling from the sky, and only gross financial misappropriation would have its management precluded from an annual budget with planned contingencies built into approved new developments. But that's sounding far too much like common sense. In conclusion, I'd like to say a huge thank you to those councillors trying their best to do the right thing in spite of central government, directives and control, interference and overreach. You have my and many others' support. And to the senior management team, financial in particular, I say, start earning your ridiculous salaries by pulling your heads in and concentrating on reducing debt, tightening the council belt, and living within your means like we all have to. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Appreciate the time and energy you've taken to the submission. I will acknowledge your submission was rather short on the document, so I appreciate you highlighting extra things there. Thank you very much for doing that. Is there any questions for Janet? No questions for Janet at all. Look, well done.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate the time you've taken to come in, and thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Baldwin. Now, David, I know that Janet's submission actually referred to yours as well, and yours is quite detailed.
Yes, thank you.
For those councillors who'd like to know, it's on volume 9, page 19, and David's also got a handout which Nicolene's handing out at the present moment. David, as you may not have heard before, you've got 5 minutes within that time frame. We'd like to have the questions and be able to ask. However, I'm sure you've got more information you'd like to hand us.
Thank you very much. Could you please, I've got a hearing impairment, so if anybody wants a question, please speak nice and clearly and loudly for me. So, Honourable Mayor and fellow councillors, I sincerely hope that you've read my submission, to which I speak to today. I recently wrote to you all. Thank you to those councillors that responded to me directly. It's unbelievable that I'm here today trying to stop this egregious annual plan review now before us. I also reaffirm that I do not believe that councillors dreamt up these absurd charges or changes to the rates, but I do believe that you can and indeed must not allow this change to happen. At a council briefing on the 27th of August 2024, a Simpson-Grierson LGNZ legal workshop paper was annexed to a presentation by the Chief Financial Officer, which references case law as a result of legal actions over unreasonable council decisions on rates. I quote from that document: "Case law describes the term unreasonable as requiring something perverse, irrational, outrageous in its defiance of logic, or so unreasonable that no reasonable council would have contemplated it. These proposals are exactly that." My recent engagement with ratepayers unanimously concluded: 1, we thought it was a 10.7% rise. 2, nobody in council listens to us. 3, what are we actually getting for these rates? 4, how can we be expected to keep paying these rates? And who is dreaming up this stuff? I draw your attention to the way these documents are presented. The documents state, we're proposing some adjustments. We're committed to delivering a back-to-basics plan. General rates, 10.7% increase for 25-26. Ensure they are still set in the fairest way. We are proposing to leave things largely the same and putting forward a few adjustments. Are you serious? Then we have the blatant shepherding towards options in these documents. The attempt to make citizens believe they are only submitting on 3 core issues is deceptive and coercive. We have the right to challenge you on any issues within this review. Therefore, why was such a significant annual plan review not notified by letter attachment to or as a boldly highlighted, flagged message on the instalment number 3 rates invoice? Why did the online feedback sheet not allow you to proceed unless you choose an option, when a lot of people dislike any of the options that were put to them? Why is it not made perfectly clear that anyone can give feedback on any topic from within the annual plan? Why were the information drop-in sessions held between 4 and 5:30 on 2 occasions and 4:30 and 6 on another, when people are working hard at those times, just trying to keep up with the worst cost of living crisis this century? Now let's talk some policy. The claimed 10.7% is nothing of the sort. The proposed changes, particularly the UAGC reduction, are so radical that the resultant massive increases in the general rates calculations are, in residential, 44%, in rural, 17.5%, in commercial and industrial, 9%. Please explain to me what part of those above rate changes and charges are set in the fairest way, leaving things largely the same and making a few adjustments. Nowhere in these documents does it actually state these massive percent changes caused by the manipulation of the UAGC, and nowhere does it state the effect on general rates if the UAGC actually stays at 909. Now add in the targeted rates, and I don't have time today to break down every targeted rates increase, so I'm going to use the new proposed stormwater levy just as an example. Calling it a targeted rate is flagrant misinformation. The preferred option of 0.003936 per dollar land value is so absurd in its methodology that I had to literally reread this 3 times on consecutive days just to get my head around its impact. Nowhere is it declared the actual capital works projects for this levy, identify the ratepayers that benefit directly from this levy, or specify the total revenue to be raised from that levy. This is a general rate that is not targeting specific beneficiaries, but it is a general rate that is grossly over-targeting high land value properties. As an example, please explain to me how it can be justified to implement a preferred option where my personal rates will be loaded at $757, which is a 12% increase over my total current rates this year, just for this one stormwater component alone. Council should not be enabled to act as a monopoly and price gouge its ratepayers, never were and never should be. Senior management within this building must grasp the simple concept that austerity is well and truly overdue. This is a ludicrous wealth tax of Green Party proportions. We are not Council's clients, you are our servants, and the people have had enough. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate your submission. Well done. Members of the public, I know I haven't said this at the beginning, and I do apologise about that. When we're in the chambers here, we like to use the sign language way, again, because it reverberates through the sound system as it has been listened to online. So, David, I'm just checking, is there any questions from the elected members for David? David, I want to say, very good submission, very, very well in depth, great information. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is John Gula. John, come on up. John's submission is on volume 10, page 73. John, just highlighting as before, we have actually read your submission. It is there with us. So we're just hoping for you to give us more information in relation to your submission.
Thank you. Although it's my submission, I've got to start by telling you, as it got known that I was putting in a submission, I was overwhelmed by various residents of Bream Bay, particularly around Marsden Cove, One Tree Point and Waipu, as to had I said this, had I said that, etc., etc. And my response was, well, why don't you put in a submission as well? And the general response was, it's all too difficult. And I think that's something that future councils have to take into consideration. When I explained that I had just put in one page and had the opportunity to meet with you and discuss it, most scratched their head and thought you had to put in numerous pages and you had to fill in numerous forms, etc., etc. So I think you need to improve your communication as to what can be submitted. In that sense, I just want to pick up on a few points that were noted in my submission where I state that my rates would go up 43% and that when I looked back, that had doubled in a 5-year period. And that I thought was pretty rough until I read the Bream Bay News and I saw some poor individual, resident of this fine city, was going to get a 97% rate increase in 1 year. So my rates doubling in 5 years are sort of not really worth talking about when somebody's rates are potentially going to increase 97% in 1 year. And if you look at your annual plan, the financials, you are going to double the rates over the next 10 years as well. So in the chart there that you show, the rates increase is about 90-odd%, which I've rounded off to 100%. So probably many of the residents are unaware that what you're publicising is a doubling of the rates over the next 10 years. I then did comment on there about the fact that you know, not everybody has got the ability to tune into your suggested rates. And I wondered about your thinking on the ability to pay, and I was intrigued to see another situation where rates were a dream crusher and a Whangarei couple were in fear of losing their home as to their ability to pay. And your council employee, and I quote, admitted the tools available to council to charge rates, are blunt, and the rates do not take into account ratepayers' income and ability to pay. So when you've got a business that is talking about putting rates up 50%, 97% and the like, I thought about that for a while, and I thought with all the businesses I'd been involved with, government, private and otherwise, I'd never come across an organisation that could glibly go out and talk about putting their prices up 50%, 90%, etc., and that's it. So in that sense, I was really, though, heartened when I then saw the Mayor's comment in another article when, and I quote, "When we see someone with a need, we go and deal with it. There's a lot of compassion and action up here." So as you consider what you're putting forward, it'll be interesting to see the degree of compassion that comes forward. You have incurred higher costs, as we all have, but one of the things I couldn't find is any justification or how you came about with your costs or calculated, etc., etc. There's a whole lot of gobbledygook which, for the layman, they're never going to get their head round. I mean, you have got costs on the schedule which is in your annual plan, which, if memory serves me right, 300 pages or something like that. When you ask your residents to comment on 300 odd pages, I mean, you know, you've got to tune into reality. You're expecting them to go through that in detail and come back with sort of considered opinions. But one thing I did notice was that the rates going up to 111% over the 10 years, your costs went up 47%. The rates are 47% above your operating costs in the last year. In the first year, year one, your costs are 82% of income, and in the last year, they're 57% of income. So there's something that I can't quite follow there, and without getting a lot more information, I couldn't really comment a lot. I can't really understand your council's determination to punish people who have done well. Not everybody's done well, I admit, but a lot of people have done not too bad. And by going with the rates in the Bream Bay ward, you're pushing a lot of cost onto people, and you're really saying, well, it's your fault that you're a bit better off than someone else, so therefore you can pay. And it's all based on the rating values. So yes, capital values have gone up. So in essence, you're the first organisation in New Zealand, government or local, to be promoting a capital gains tax, in my humble opinion. And in that sense, probably because my 5 minutes is coming to a close, I couldn't but help, and I say it with some sincerity, I've been staggered at the feeling that I get, and my connection to Waipu is that I go to a quaint exercise class twice a week out there, Qigong, and I therefore come into contact with quite a few people. But this degree of feeling in One Tree Point and Marsden Cove, Waipu, they're just flabbergasted at your suggestion of let's just use 50%, a 50% increase. At the other end of the scale, just for your information, Whangarei City Council for the next year ahead, believe it or not, have only put their rates up 2.2%. So I couldn't help but state, and I'm sure you'll forgive me, Mr. Mayor, if I read this last piece, should the current proposal proceed, it will not be a surprise to me to see a radical change of elected members at the forthcoming local body elections. And keep in mind, if I understand it correctly, your first rating request under the new plan will go out sometime late August, and you're 6 weeks away from the local body elections. So all of those who aren't tuned into the reality of what you're trying to do at the moment will certainly tune in late August when they get that rates bill. Now, I'm more than happy to try and answer any of the questions that you've got.
Thank you, John. Appreciate the time you've taken. Councillors, is there any questions for John? John, looks like you've... Councillor Holst there, yes?
I've got a good question. You've highlighted that the cost of council has gone up and, suggesting that our costs are abnormal. Your experience in the commercial field, would you not say that the cost of commercial entities in doing business has also gone up the same amount?
Oh, look, costs have gone up for everybody.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But what you don't provide, right, you've got a particular financial drain on the Hunterwasser Centre. You give no indication as to what that is doing in the impact on the rates. You've got 100 million in investment property. You've got virtually no advice as to what the return on that. With a bit of jiggery-pokery, I can see that it might be 2%. Well, what are you going to do about that? Are you going to hang on to 100 million of investment property for the next decade and get a 2% return on it? I mean, that's not good business practice in any shape or form. I think you bought a farm for an airport out at Ruatongata, and you're probably not going to need that for another 15 years. And if you do, if memory serves me right, when it was first promoted, that cost was 140 million. And by the time you get round to build it in 10 or 15 years' time, I can tell you now it'll cost you at least 250 million. And you're not going to have a customer base that will be able to pay anything like what you would need to get, let's just say, 2 or 3% after tax on that money. You're just not going to. I mean, you haven't got the aviation industry that could even contemplate that. You're far better to stick with Honorahi and support smaller airlines having a higher frequency. The list goes on of things that you do not come clean on, in one sense. So you could even say, hey, has anyone ever thought of getting an independent report, valuation, look at everything that this council's about? People talk about, are we efficient, are we not efficient, or whatever. I couldn't suggest to you you're efficient. I couldn't suggest to you you're necessarily all that inefficient. One of the things that I wonder, in a normal organisation, you would have management put to you a solution to what you're contemplating. So management have put to you a proposal for rates going forward. I wouldn't know if that was the only proposal you got from management, or did you get alternate proposals? Because if you only got one proposal, and that was pushing the rates to the extent you're pushing them, then you're failing in your duty, in your fiduciary duty, in my humble opinion, by not going back to management and saying, hey, we will soon be the highest rated city in New Zealand, give us some other options. and I have no idea whether you've got other options or not. So it's very difficult to pick up on your point, Councillor Holst, and say, are you good, are you bad, are you indifferent, are you out of touch? Very difficult.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Councillor Cooper?
Very quick, the Bream Bay Ward's taken a bit of a hammering today, John.
Sorry?
The Bream Bay Ward's taken a bit of a hammering today. My name's Ken Cooper, your Bream Bay councillor. Have you done any comparisons with the other councils around the country? You just said that very soon would be the highest rating city in the country. Is that backed up, or is that just an off-the-cuff comment?
Well, I think you're getting close to it. I did have a look at what had happened around this district, and just bear with me. When you look at what had happened in last year, if I can just find it, the Far North District Council in the year 24-25 initially promoted a rate increase of 16.5%. Their final increase was 8.5%, although interestingly what helped bring that down was a $5 million dividend paid by Far North Holdings Limited, their investment arm. So given that this is a much bigger city and a much smarter city, then I would imagine you were getting a lot more on the 100 million than 5 million. So I'm not sure about that, and that's being a bit facetious on my part. At Kaipara, they originally promoted 18.3%, and their final was 11%. Auckland, believe it or not, was initially promoting 17% and initially 17% and finalised at 6.8%. And as I said, the most attractive area of New Zealand must be Whanganui, where for the year 25-26, they've just gone up 2.2%. So without doubt, Whangarei is definitely moving into one of the higher rated cities in New Zealand if you proceed with what you're proposing.
Just a follow-up question, Your Worship. John, you're obviously an intelligent man, but what I think you've looked at the percentage increases, that is fine, but you didn't take into account the starting position, did you? And I just wondered if you'd done that. What the rates were comparatively when they started.
Oh, no, I mean, look, I'm just a one-man band. I don't have all of the resources you people have, and that's one of the issues that I think you need to give some thought to. You invite people along to promote a cause, and really, and it was interesting, I heard that hoppers are turning up later in the day, and they've employed consultants to look into their submission and provide, if you like, professional advice. So when you ask a resident to come up with what is equivalent to what a hopper organisation is putting forward, you know, in simple terms, it's unfair.
Fair enough. I'd like to take it offline with you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor McKenzie?
Just following on from that, are you aware that Whangarei District Council is intending to implement and set up a council-controlled trading organisation for its commercial property?
It's about time.
Yeah. Just wanted to make sure you're aware of that.
I'm aware of that. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting to see what that does if you're putting the 100 million of investment property into it.
Yep.
That's right. You're really saying, and that would be interesting, as to what you're going to expect as a return. Because anybody in the normal commercial world would be saying, well, you get us, and you're not, I'm not sure of your tax status, the councils, but in the normal commercial world, you'd be looking for at least 10% pre-tax profit on that. Now, your prospects of making 10 million pre-tax on that 100 million, I just think you're going to be finding that quite difficult. And, you know, if you're going to do a controlled organisation, then I'd be very careful picking your board, and I'd challenge them to come up with, hey, half of these properties better to sell, take the loss now, and look forward into the future. Because the one thing that this council should be doing is the only long-term vision that will give you everything you need up here, and that's to support the 4-lane highway from Auckland to Whangarei. Everything else is just window dressing.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
And just a follow-up question, Your Worship.
Please keep it short. Yep.
Just wondering if you're aware of the taxpayer union survey that was conducted, I think it was early 2024 before the last LTP, which placed Whangarei District Council at 54th of 67 councils in terms of the rates base. Yeah, just might be worth looking into that.
Well, you're getting up there.
54th lowest, so look towards the bottom.
Sorry,
yeah.
If that's going to, you introduce what you're proposing now, that's going to change radically.
There's an average.
Councillor?
I can't speak to it, but
So
happy to take it offline.
Yeah, John, just to make it very clear, the councillors have an ability to ask questions, not make statements. So I need to make that very clear. So thank you, John. Appreciate your time coming in. We're now going to move to Noah Hulet on behalf of Sarah Hulet. Noah, is it at the back? There he is. Right, excellent. No, their submission is on volume 7, page 8. And Noah, you've got 5 minutes, so go for it, okay?
Stand up. All right. Kia ora, I'm Noah. I'd just like to say thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Hulet family. We've been living and farming on the same land on the south side of the Whangarei Harbour for 150 years. We're calling Council's current rating proposal a three-pronged socialist regime. If implemented, our family will be pierced by all three prongs. In our situation, if option 1 of topics 1 and 2 are chosen, it will mean that since 2019, our rates will have jumped from 8,500 to over 23,000 or 48,000 without postponement. How is this even legal? My brother asked. We're wondering whether you have any ideas on how you yourselves would deal with this steep and sudden increase if faced with it. Whangarei District Council rating policy aims to ensure fair and equitable rates collection from all sectors of the community. As we stated in our submission, fairness is when each property owner pays a sufficient UAGC to support council spending. $500 is insufficient, and council has crossed the threshold into the realms of favouring one part of the community over another on the basis of land value. A large portion of many people's rates is already calculated according to land value. Basing almost all rates and stormwater charges disproportionately on land values is not fair or equitable. As you know, high value land does not necessarily equal high income. Our situation is one example, being a regenerative sheep and beef farm on perceived high value land. Others may choose to purchase higher value land and perhaps forego holidays and expensive cars. Others are in retirement. Do you think it is fair to charge these people disproportionate amounts of rates, potentially forcing them to relocate? I don't know anyone who would call this fair. Raking in $2,000 to $3,000 extra in rates with one hand, whilst dishing out $400 with another, is unbalanced and socialistic. From reading an issue of the Bream Bay News, we learned that even a property with a land value of $385,000 has a slight increase in rates under council's preferred option. So then, how many properties will actually benefit from a reduced UAGC? We had problems finding properties below this value. Now, as far as stormwater goes, we all know that stormwater is more of a city issue, often resulting from impervious surfaces not encountered on rural properties. Increasing rural property rates to pay for stormwater is a flawed and deeply illogical decision. Each property should contribute equally, and perhaps well-paid planners should start imagining alternative options. Furthermore, Council's rural development strategy states that rural businesses are an important part of the district's economy, and that Council aims to protect and encourage rural industries by burdening the rural sector with a rating regime based on land value, not to mention flippantly rezoning rural land and then penalising the sector further. Council is once again contradicting its own strategy. In our own situation, subdivision or pine plantations are alternatives, both questionable options in an ecologically sensitive area. Finally, it is easy for us and many others to detest Council and resent the fact that such a large proportion of our hard-earned money is spent, sometimes irresponsibly, on projects that we don't benefit from or need. We would like Council to take the fair and equitable approach with regards to rates and choose option 2 of topics 1 and 2.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you, Noah. Appreciate that energetic approach to coming in. Well done. Good on you for that. Any questions for Noah? Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Your Worship. Noah, well done. Thank you for coming in. I'm quite familiar with your piece of paradise out there at the end of Hulet's Road on the peninsula. Could you just remind me how many hectares there are, or acres there are in that property?
Sure, I mean, I'm ridiculously uninformed, but Mum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We farm 230 hectares.
Can you say that into the microphone, sorry?
230 hectares.
Yep. 230.
I did know that.
Okay. Any other questions for the Hulets? No other questions. Look, we appreciate the time you've taken to come in. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Sarah. Well done.
Thanks, Vince.
Our next submitter is Neil Thomas. His submission is on volume 7, page 16. Neil, you've heard the spiel. You've been sitting there patiently, so you'll understand the process.
I certainly do.
Yeah.
Mr Mayor and councillors, I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you today. It's probably the first time that in my life that I actually braved this sort of situation, to be able to have, just have you listen to perhaps our own personal situation and the situation of people in our neighbourhood and people in similar circumstances, I believe, to our own, who are also, when I talk to them, expressing some dismay at what is going to happen to us. So my wife and I retired, and we're in our 70s, and we moved to rural Waipu 2.5 years ago from Auckland. So you can imagine that in that move, we come from an environment of some fairly pricey sort of rates. Your B proposal would put our rates up by $922 or 26.5% to $4,392. And this includes your new wastewater charge, which would be $270. Now, we are zoned rural pastoral, and this is confirmed by your district plan map and the zoning on our building plans approved by council for our new build. But from the district plan narrative, perhaps this should now be rural lifestyle. and Councillor Cooper will be very familiar with what I'm talking about here. On our rates demand, however, we are now shown as general residential lifestyle, which has me pretty confused as to what does that mean. It's not a valid zoning under the district plan as far as I can see. So let's explore what this might imply to a person like me. And I've got a number of bullet points here. It would suggest that I reside in a genuine residential urban zone. I've got street lights, I've got footpaths, I've got curbing and channeling and stormwater disposal, pretty good maintenance on my roads, public amenities, upkeep, water supply to my front boundary, and a connection to a wastewater reticulation. The reality is somewhat different. Our block is one of 15 of 4 hectares or more. We ourselves live 700 metres from the nearest public road. We have to supply and maintain our own water catchment to tanks, water treatment and septic disposal. The initial cost of this was over $40,000, and we have ongoing maintenance on top of that, obviously. Our impervious area, after allowing for the house and shed roof area, is less than 1%. So runoff is much reduced from an urban environment and managed accordingly. In spite of this, we do have stormwater mitigation and dedicated retention ponds fenced off and currently being planted up to make a contribution to make sure that we are doing the best that we can. We also maintain our shared road with other block holders, so it's at no cost to the council. At present, what we do see from council on our nearest road is that, and I presume this is so, is that the stormwater drains along the side of the road have never been cleaned. Damage to the road shoulder from Cyclone Gabriel has not been repaired. The turnout from our road, Ruarden Road onto South Road, has crumbled away, and to turn left towards Waipu, you now have to drive into the opposite lane so you do not drop a wheel into a very large hole that has developed over time. And might I say that I find it very interesting that each time the white line gets that delineates the edge of the road, this gets painted further and further towards the centre of that turnout, and sort of highlights the fact that we're ignoring this very, very, or quite dangerous situation, and turning out into the opposite lane, having to do that is somewhat daunting. So, if the stated goal is for a 10.7% average increase, then why are rural livestock block holders, one of the group, having to shoulder a disproportionate extra rates revenue rise with this proposal? And we've seen in the press, the one that was mentioned just before, a 97% increase proposed. So my question is, how has council assessed the fairness and affordability of this change? My request is to heed the situation I have described above and reassess fairness and affordability in your up-and-coming rates demand. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Appreciate the time coming in. Well done. Any questions for Neil? No, your submission was very clear. Thank you very much, Neil, for taking the time to come in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No worries.
Thank you, councillors.
Our next submitter is Carl Hansen. His submission is on volume 10, page 6. Carl, you've heard how things have been going in here. You understand 5 minutes?
Yes.
And allow the elected members the chance to ask questions to clarify. Okay.
No worries, thank you.
And looking at this, we have a document which is being handed out as well, so thank you very much.
Right. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to our submission. My name is Carl Hansen. I am the Managing Director of HKRS Holdings. The other two directors are my brothers. Our property is located at 551 Marsden Point Road, Ruakaka. A brief overview of who we are and where we have come from. Born and bred local Ruakaka family, our formative years growing up were in a caravan and a shed. Us boys were college dropouts at 15 years old, and then we were employed into trades. Through our hard work, sacrifice and tenacity, we also because of our shared work, family, community values, we decided to take the calculated risk and to purchase this property. This property was neither generational land or inherited. We never conceived our rates could go from $40,000 in 2021 to $414,000 in 2024. These rates have caused our development to stall because we've had to lend money to pay these unjustified rates. We have been contesting these unfair rates for the last 3 years. I'm sure you can all appreciate that being charged over $1 million in rates for 3 years is crippling for a local family business. It is not possible for us to generate enough income off our undeveloped land to pay these extraordinary rates. We are not a corporation, we are a locally owned family business. 30 hectares of the 74 hectares is flood prone, yet we still pay full commercial rates on this 30 hectares. We are also paying full commercial rates on another 9 hectares, which we cannot develop due to existing easements in the favour of WDC, Channels Pipeline, First Gas and North Power. Also stormwater flows from other properties onto ours. We're also paying commercial rates on land that is used for farmland. We have no issue in paying commercial rates for our commercial activities. The level of rates do not reflect the use of council services. We do not think option 1 is fair for other ratepayers to compensate rates for any other property, especially when the council could apply the apportionment approach at their discretion, which would be an equitable outcome. Option 2 does not address the inequalities of the rating policy, which is a one-size-fits-all approach. There is an option 3, and there always has been, which is to apply the funding impact statements apportionment approach to reflect actual land use on our property. We're not asking to change the rating policy, but for the council to use their sole discretion and apply the option 3 to our property, which is an anomaly. This would be an unbiased, equitable outcome for all. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Carl. Appreciate that. Thank you for taking the time. Questions from the elected members? No questions. Carl, I just want to say thank you very much for coming in. Thank you for making it quite clear to the elected members, and your submission's very, very clear on that.
Thank you.
Oh, yep.
Just one question.
Oh, there is a question from Councillor Holmes.
Yes, Carl. Are you aware of other similar companies or landowners in this same position?
Yes, Marsden Point seems to be that specific area of problem there, Phil.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you. Michael, on Marsden Cove Limited, volume 6, page 44. You've sat at the back, you've seen how the process is, you've got 5 minutes, okay? Allow some time for the elected members to ask questions if they can.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think just while my oral submission gets handed around, I will just introduce myself. And as a former Whangarei District Councillor, then turned Super City Councillor, I don't envy your task. And as his worship has suggested, it feels very familiar sitting up the back and sitting through these days of hearing. So thank you for the opportunity. So everybody's got our submission. So Men Cove is the developer and parent company behind Men Cove and associated holdings across the Bream Bay area. We are a local stakeholder and a long-term investor, and we have currently active partnerships with multiple TLAs, or councils, across New Zealand. And if there's one thing that we have learned over the decades of experience, it's this, that when things get tough, smart operators get leaner, not louder. Look, we're the first to understand that infrastructure has to be funded and maintained, but the way that you do that matters, especially in an environment like this. So let's start with the reality that most households and businesses are already grappling with. While New Zealand still walks a recession tightrope, with 0.7% GDP growth in Q4, real output per capita is still down over 3% over the last 2 years. Treasury has halved its new spending for budget 2025, reflecting just how fragile the fiscal environment is. The OCR remains at a stubborn 5.5%, and inflation is holding at 2.5%. Northland is not immune. Unemployment sits over 5%. Consenting is roughly down 10% year on year, and forecast growth is lucky, in our opinion, to get to 0.7 this year. Most households and businesses are running lean, reassessing capital spends, and looking hard at anything non-essential. We might go on to further define that as nice-to-haves. Council's own consultative papers flag high-risk assumptions around growth, inflation, and capital project costs. When every economic signal is flashing orange, maybe slash red, prudent governance doesn't maintain course, it tightens its belt. Against that backdrop, Council was proposing on average rate increase of 16.2%. That's a big difference, especially once you unpack how that average actually plays out on the ground, and which many people have described behind me. For high-value residential lifestyle and commercial land, the proposed increases are much higher, commonly between 30 and 50%, with some of our retiree residents being hit the hardest. Meanwhile, a free pass has been given or handed out to urban properties who will see an increase as low as 0.6%, potentially less than $1 per week. If as a governing body you are seeking fairness, you need to show the numbers. In the absence of workings, this looks and smells like subsidisation. Where's the modelling to prove low-value households genuinely can't absorb even a modest $5 a week? And where's the evidence to suggest that high-value households can absorb 100 plus a week? They seem to be assumptions, not facts. As described, dropping the UAGC to 500 and the layering of the new land value stormwater charges moves $23 million from flat fees into land value. You're shifting the burden away from lower value properties to a smaller group of high value properties, many of which are coastal, lifestyle, or lightly occupied, with little demand on your services. This is a redistribution taxing policy in practice. The worst of the proposed burden is falling on landowners who place the least strain on the network: retirees, empty nesters, seasonal landholders, or long-term investors who have helped fuel local growth. These people aren't clogging roads or libraries. They aren't drawing down on your stormwater, footpaths, or planning staff. Whangarei's own population forecasts point to the 65 plus age group as its fastest growing segment. And yet, this is the group Council wants to hit with 50% price hikes. How does Whangarei attract and grow the segment if their rating policy drives this demographic away to other regions? It doesn't pass the sniff test. We've seen no clear evidence in the LTP or annual plan of headcount reductions, consultancy cuts, or cost controls on discretionary areas. Council plans to grow revenue significantly, but where is the mirror check? Any private sector business experiencing 0.7% growth would be rationalising first, not greenlighting any nice-to-haves. I've mentioned that government has acknowledged this new normal by halving its new operating allowance, we think council should follow. So for your benefit, we've defined nice to haves as any project that isn't legally required, doesn't address core safety or infrastructure needs, and can be deferred 12 to 24 months without breaching consents, risk asset failure, or impacting essential services. We have looked through the annual capital program and can quite comfortably identify over $20 million in nice to haves. There is an annex 2 at the back of the submission that I understand you had pages of line items of capital projects. We've just pulled out a few of them at the back. And that's not for us to decide, that's for you to have that discussion on what you would define as nice to haves and how you think that should shape up your overall CapEx and operational budgets. I'll go on from 14. These documents are light on real detail when it comes to the project specifications, contingency assumptions, or phasing. The plan includes major capital spends, but offers no insight into cost controls, commercial partnering opportunities, or phased delivery options. In an inflationary environment with volatile procurement markets, this is a glaring omission. So on the final page, we have a list of just 5 recommendations. First of all, a transitional policy. So apply a cap of rates increase per property, with any additional increases phased over the following 2 years. At the very minimum, these increases need to sit under your own affordability benchmark, which majority of them don't. Revisit the residential distribution. Rebalance the rate take more equitably across the residential category, flattening the extremes by maintaining the higher UAGC. Any additional revenue required due to capping will have to be made up in the low-value properties. In reality, this may mean that those households could increase their rates by $5 to $10 a week. I think this one hits the hardest for me, particularly as an ex-governor as well, but strong governance doesn't let the tail wag the dog. As governors, you have a mandate and the obligation to sense check the scale and scope of your organisational delivery and services. Work with the CE you have appointed to deliver on Whangarei's size, spend and project costing methodology against comparable authorities. Number 4, refocus your essential services. Now, we can't speak on behalf of the public, but it seems like we're pretty aligned. But we know as a business, we would be happy if you only did the simple things right for the next year. Right now, go back to first principles. Prioritise stormwater, roads, renewals and critical infrastructure. Stage or defer non-essentials until the economic outlook improves for ratepayers. Lastly, consider the investment signal that you are sending. Our company and customers are long-term partners in the prosperity of Whangarei. Don't cook the golden goose. Create a climate of fairness, predictability and restraint, especially when those same households are managing tighter belts at home. So, with that being said, we do really appreciate the opportunity to be heard today. I think you've heard we have a genuine long-term interest in the prosperity of this community. Our door will always be open to the council and any individual councillors that would like to come in and engage on I guess, we'll have an open door with good faith working on better outcomes. So that is our submission.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate that. Well done. Councillors, any questions for Michael? Councillor Jovich.
Thanks, Michael, for your submission. Have you submitted to NRC?
Yes.
In terms of the work that they do as compared to council, where do you see some of our essential services? Because you've labelled it there, refocus on essential services, and it just seems to be a lack of clarity between what we do and what NRC does. And I was just wondering what your study or your the work that you've put in came back on that.
Yeah. Thanks for the question. I don't want to... The devil's in the detail, and the documents that we were provided with either annual plan or I've looked back at long-term plan are tricky to navigate. As I say, there are pages of line items that Whangarei District Council are delivering over the next year. So that is what I was specifically focused on for these submissions. we've identified over 25 million of, well, I was at about 25, let's say over 20 million of nice to haves. So we have looked at this quite independently of Northern Regional Council.
Thank you for your answer there, Michael. Appreciate that. Any other questions? No other questions?
Yeah, sorry,
Councillor Cooper.
My light flickered, Your Worship, and then it went off. But now it's on again. Thank you, Michael, for the presentation. The $20 to $25 million of capital works that you've identified, what saving do you reckon that would have on the operational budget, i.e. the rates funded budget?
Again, we would probably need to undertake further work on that. I guess my point was just, each one of you sitting in governance around the table needs to be comfortable that you have picked apart every single one of these projects, that you've done a needs assessment, that you've looked at what impact they have maybe on operational budgets. All right, so it's more, and again, we're happy to undertake the work. We probably have to engage with council and get a whole lot more. Our preference wouldn't be to go through a Lagoima to get that, and are open to doing that work, but it's more of a challenge back at you that you've gone through each one of those line items and really understand what you are putting in the bucket that you are now rating for in this year to come.
Appreciate that answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Appreciate that. No other questions? Thank you again for your time, and again, yeah, you understand the environment.
Hey, and our door's open.
Appreciate that. Our next speaker is Claire. Claire Davis-Colley. Their submission is on volume 9, page 56. Claire, as you know, we've read your submission. We've gone through that. We're now down to your part for you talking and telling us additional information.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship and councillors, to give us the opportunity to come and say things to you. I'm speaking today on behalf of commercial ratepayers who I believe are getting an even worse deal out of this proposal annual plan than they already have. I speak on behalf of a number of commercial properties. We are opposed to option 1 in every case and support option 2. And I think it's already been well traversed by a few other people, but I particularly want to talk about the relief for farmed business zone land. When I read this, I thought someone's made a mistake. Surely that's not what you mean. Surely you don't mean some people who have commercial land that they are able to farm have their rates thrown into a lottery, and if they're picked out, all the other commercial ratepayers are going to pay them for them. That's how I read it. I think that is very flawed. There are a number of reasons why commercial properties are vacant, and I can give you a list of those, but I'm sure you can think of some yourself. Equally as, if not more, disadvantaged because they are unable to get any revenue off those pieces of land. So there's some flawed thinking behind this proposal, and we disagree with it. I also particularly want to draw your attention to the last piece on my submission and ask whether or not councillors are fully aware of the distribution of the rates burden. This council chooses to rate on land value. 9% of the district's land is commercial, and yet 24% of the rates burden is assigned to commercial land. My question is there any rationale for that? So I'm going to leave that with you, and hopefully you'll be able to send me some or tell me what it is. And is it reviewed? Is it justified? Is it discussed? That's my main point. So the outcome of all this is that commercial land is very highly rated and with no particular extra services and sometimes less. And one of the consequences, which you may have seen, is there's a proliferation of small businesses being run out of lifestyle and residential properties who aren't sharing in that burden. So that's something that I think needs to be thought about as well. But over time, I would like to see the council transition the 24% assigned to commercial down and the burden aligned more closely to the land value percentage. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Don't run away, just see if there's any questions from the team here. But thank you for taking the time to come in, appreciate that. No questions from the team. Well done, Claire.
Someone going to answer my question?
We'll do that later on, because this is more asking questions of you. Oh, Councillor Holst would like to ask you a question.
I'll probably give you an answer, but it'll take too long for the time we got here.
Okay, Councillor Holst is not going to ask you a question. This time is for us to ask questions of the submissions. But thank you, Claire. Appreciate that time.
Thanks.
Our next submitter is Ron Iseld. Ron's submission is on volume 7, page 79, and he has an attachment as well to be handed out. And Nicolene's going to do that. Ron, as you know, you've got 5 minutes. This is the time we've read your submission, so it's more about you telling us more information that's not in your submission, okay?
Okay. Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak. As you have read my submission, and this applies to some of our local neighbours as well, although I can't speak on behalf of them, other than the fact that they alerted me to the rates increases in the local area of Whangarei, Langs Beach, and I presume surrounding areas like Waipu Cove. So my submission only allowed me to speak to a couple of topics. Well, there was actually 3, but 2 that interest me, and that is on top of the 62 to 63% increase in rates for our property and the surrounding properties, which I take it is now a given and is indisputable. We're looking to lessen the burden on ourselves and on the surrounding community by choosing, on topic 1, the stormwater targeted rate, option 2. And I don't know whether I need to speak in detail to that since it's written down. Do I? No. So, other than to comment that the alternative, option 1, would result in double, us personally paying on our property double the option 2 amount. And then on the topic 2, the reduced uniform annual general charge, opting for the lower amount, naturally enough, and then given quite some elaborate reasons as to why we do that. And I think I will read out my explanation, because there are other things that that we do in the district there that we don't necessarily want any recognition for, but an understanding from council that we do serve the larger community. Our family, our girls that is, our daughters, are now the 3rd generation of our family that have had a presence at Langs Beach. So it's deeply ingrained in us and is part of our soul, and we look after the environment. For over 30 years, we have actively been involved in maintaining and enhancing the WDC Reserve and Peninsula within the vicinity of our batch in the larger beach environment. Without this input, native flora, including large Pahutakawa tree, iconic on that particular coastline, would have been choked to death by weeds such as wild ginger, morning glory, pampas, tobacco plant, Japanese spindle tree, banana passion fruit, and low-level invasive weeds like spurge. Our work enhances the area for the community and supplements council contractor input, particularly to the walkway. Our work adds value to the environment and to the community, and we will continue to do this, and that the increase in the uniform rate in addition to our own voluntary efforts, feels like a penalty to us. So I just wanted the council and Vince, the mayor, to understand that we do things beyond our boundary for the good of the community, as others do as well. And we continue to work in with people like the Weed Busters, local Weed Busters, and the Pura Brindewin Conservation Trust for the maintenance and expansion of the tracks, and also weed and pest reduction. So that's a submission, and then in support of that, and you'll all have this in front of you, as I said, given that the 62 to 63% rates increase on our property and neighbouring properties is now indisputable. I mean, I can't see any way where I can now come to council and say, perhaps that's ridiculous, or is there? Is there a way that increase can be reduced at this point?
At this present moment is your submission coming to us. We have the ability to ask questions of your submission. Anything is possible at this present moment because we're still asking for people's submissions. It's your time right now.
Right, okay. So then I will ask that 62 to 63% increase in rates is unsustainable, and we would like it reduced. So, if it is not, then I suggest that maybe for the good of the community, council consider a number of enhancements to the local area. And this is what my support information is about, and I've categorised them as health and safety, environment, and community. So these are not in any particular order, but I guess number one would be the priority. Under health and safety, the enforcement of local traffic speeds, in particular the speeding traffic cutting corners at the Ding Bay access steps by the installation of fixed speed cameras. And as council will know, there's a huge increase in subdivisions and recent developments further up the road in what is called the Blue Moon Rise subdivision, where sections are small and houses are plenty, and increasingly the people that accommodate or that visit their batches or live there are younger families with children. I know that traffic speeds in the area have been reduced, but enforcement doesn't seem to happen very much, and that in that particular area opposite the steps, which is the only access at high tide to Ding Bay, can be a danger, particularly to young kids. The second suggestion also under health and safety is to replace or repair the concrete footpaths which were damaged by fibre optic cable contractors over 5 years ago and has never been fixed. And I can say that confidently because they also damaged our driveway. Part of that cable in places is 5 metres in from our boundary, into our boundary. That is a health and safety issue in the way that, particularly to small kids, the speeding traffickers. And then the third one is environment, and that is regular beach rubbish pickups in addition to the collection days. Health and safety, the next one, increased street lighting. And I believe this is underway, but just bring it to your attention, is the completion of the shared path from the Waipu Cemetery to Riverview Place. And the increased and continued financial support for the Pura Brindewin Conservation Trust. And then I'd like to think this could become a reality in the midterm, an annual bus service from Langs Beach to Whangarei and back again, maybe via Ruakaka, Waipu Cove.
Okay. Ron, that was the bell that went. So you've done your 5 minutes. I just need to get Councillor Mackenzie's got a question.
Yeah, I don't know your specific situation, but in certain people's circumstances, the UAGC reducing actually increases the rates because it's a
question, Councillor.
Yeah, I was just wondering if you were aware of that possibility.
We have, I mean, the converse to this is that we have been contacted by council to say that we are eligible for a rates rebate, but I understand that that's minimal. It certainly doesn't knock a lot off the percentage increase that I mentioned, the 62 to 63%.
No, it's more around the UAGC options. Just wondering if you're aware that the reduction of UAGC from option 2 is $909 and option 1 is $500.
Yes.
It could be that in your situation, the $909 actually means a lesser overall rates take for your property. I was just wondering if you're aware that that is a possibility, given that you've indicated that you're supporting option 2, option 1 rather.
Option 1 being the lesser amount.
Yeah. It sounds counterintuitive. I can take it offline with you if you like. Yeah.
Suggest you take it offline because the question is more, and we need to be clarifying questions here. And Councillor Mackenzie is right by asking the question. You've on your submission you put option 1, but you've more indicated for an option 2. That's why I think Councillor Mackenzie is just wanting clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I, unless I've got it wrong, I imagined it was rates, lots and lots of dollars, plus.
Yeah.
And so if those pluses are a little less than the maximum, then we're happy.
Ron, have you been in touch with our rating department here and actually had to talk to them?
I've had a conversation with someone from the rates department about a rates rebate based on the fact that we only have one dwelling on the property.
Okay. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate the submissions. Thank you for the questions. We'll now move on to, that looks like...
Thank you.
3? Yeah. So, councillors, we'll just take a 15-minute break and we'll be back at 3 o'clock. Microphone in front of you. You can turn it on. Excellent, great. Probably the biggest thing is we have lost a couple of councillors, mainly because they've had to head off and look after their young kids. So Councillor Mackenzie and Councillor Conniff have had to race away for those things. So what you've got is you've got the team here, okay? Now, Mark, as you know the submission process, you've been here before, you know it quite well. You've got 5 minutes, allows the councillors to ask questions or to clarify it. We have all your documentation. We have read it. Absolutely. So I'm going to leave the time over to you, so let's go for it.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of Council for giving me the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon. You've saved the best for last. Thank you very much. The focus of this year's annual plan is back to basics and addressing challenges. Well, I think I've presented quite a few challenges to Council over the last half dozen years or so that I've been disputing my rates, and I feel today that a lot of those have been ignored, whether by deliberation, deliberately, or because you choose to remain unaware of some of the things that are happening worldwide. I'll leave that up to you. My concerns, I feel, have been ignored, and I was looking for the reason for that, and I felt this was brought home to me by a council meeting I attended on the 29th of April, where the notice of motion was tabled that we should withdraw from the local government New Zealand. So that to me was a little bit of a charade. Some of the questions that were asked and the way the information, weighty information was presented, I agreed with Councillor that the local government information should have been presented after the motion, not as a way to pad it out before we got to that. But still, that and the long debate about water fluoridation that we've endured has clearly shown that Council's got no power to represent the people. It just follows government rules and regulations. So I think there is an increasing amount of evidence that we're starting to see worldwide that suggests an elite group, call them the group of Davos, the Bilderberg group, the globalists, or the cabal, I call them a cult, are starting to impose their will on our world governments, and New Zealand's no exception. Perhaps this country needs a Doge, Department of Government Efficiency, to look into how far some of this corruption has gone. But let's move on. The COVID scamdemic is something I have addressed several times, and I'm sure that we've all got some serious questions that we'd like to ask of those people who brought this upon our country. In America, we've got quite a growing number of states holding Anthony Fauci, Dr. Deborah Birx and their associates accountable for crimes against humanity and other things, bordering on tyranny, treason. So I've challenged our council to watch a documentary I selected and thoroughly enjoyed, which has a lot of evidential truth in it, called Witness Statement from an Australian documentary company. Our own New Zealand documentary, The River of Lies, is going to produce a second episode, The Vaccine Tragedy, which includes a lot of live interviews from vaccine-injured people in our community here in Whangarei. I hope you get the opportunity to see that as well. I can recommend, after you've done that, in our library we have quite an excellent book called The Real Anthony Fauci, written by none other than Robert Kennedy. He's a lawyer and he challenges people if there's any untruths in their suing. Nobody has to date. I think we're going to hear a bit more from Mr. Kennedy. Another excellent book, Edward Dowd's Cause Unknown. Cause Unknown. That has got excellent graphs and data showing that the increase in all-cause mortality investigated by insurance companies was actually after the COVID scam. It was the rollout of the vaccines that caused that. Excellent reading that. I can recommend it. Well, let's move on to water fluoridation. Now that the council has been forced to poison us, what's going to be next? New Zealand Food Safety and MPI are preparing to raise the legal limit of glyphosate in key staple foods. I wonder why that is. Are those limits already 60 to 100 times higher? I think so. How will our clean green New Zealand trademark go when internationally places like America and Europe are questioning these things? The climate crisis. The sky is falling, Chicken Little. We declared a climate crisis emergency in 2019, Council. Great. The UK is now accepting that they are going to start putting particles in the sky to block out the sun. So geoengineering and chemtrails are no longer a conspiracy theory. At the same time, they're building solar panels and solar farms to help the climate crisis. Are we doing the same here in New Zealand? Our climate criers? Perhaps we should just look into this a wee bit. Ask our experts to walk down the road and talk to our Minister of Science, Minister for Science. I'm sure, like the COVID situation, he won't want to have public debates. His comment to me was, I wouldn't give their quackery the time of day when I questioned him about public debates around COVID. Thank you. What we would like to see from our council is accountable representation, not cowardly puppets of a one-world government. I'll take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Well done. Any questions for Mark? No questions for Mark. Your submission must have been very clear and very concise. I just have one. In your submission, you actually put options 111 for your for the three different options. You haven't really highlighted them. However, was that just so to come into council, or is there a specific?
Well, I think just briefly on that, I appreciate we'd all like to go home. I think option 1 on the targeted stormwater rate, there were several people this morning that raised those issues. I noted that stormwater is more affected by weather manipulation than the number of people in a residential unit. And as councillor attempting to rate me for 2 residential units, I would pay that, but I cannot supply poisoned water to people. And, you know, there's never going to be sunshine at Ruakaka if we're going to accept the cloud covering. The second one, the Uniform Annual General Charge, well, I think there are enough people already have spoken to the fact that our rates increase seem to be a much higher percentage based on land values. And let's face it, inflation keeps our land values moving along at the pace with the which councils spend money. So that's fairly evident. The relief for farmed business-owned land, well, business-zoned farmland is going to be of no commercial use once we find we've got too much glyphosate on it and aluminium's falling from our skies. So perhaps federated farmers might like to ask our councillors, why didn't you do anything about it?
Thank you for answering my question, Mark. Appreciate it. As there's no other questions, Mark, thank you again for taking the time. Apologies for making you rush in and to come into the submission, but you did very well.
We could all go to the Ruakaka Residents and Ratepayers Association meeting tomorrow night, where the experts from Meridian Energy will discuss how solar farm they're going to build out there. Solar farm is going to supply a battery bank with a kindling plant right next to our oil storage facility. Brilliant planning. That must be the regional council, not you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Well done.
Please come along, Mark.
You're coming? Good.
As that is the last of our meeting, look, councillors, we've got no other submitters coming in. I will close our meeting with a word of prayer, and then you can all go your own way. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you, Lord, for today. Thank you, Lord, for the submitters. Please look after them as they travel home, and look after our elected members as they go to their different ways. Lord, as we've got a lot of items that we've been asked to talk over and discuss, allow that discussion time to happen so that we can actually further your work for your district in your most precious and loving name. Amen.